Hello and welcome to the second public hearing where Mexico is covering UFOs. And the actual title that the channel of Congress labeled this is Second Public Hearing for the Regulation on Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena and Biological Evidence Does Not Belong to the Evolutionary Chain of the Earth. This, Jimmy, is something that many would classify as extraordinary, others brushing it off as something outlandish and a little bit crazy. But there's a lot that's happened since the first hearing in September that Mexico did. And there was a lot of mixed emotions, mixed opinions, and ideas. Some screaming, it's totally fake. These Nazca mummies, it was created by a bunch of different animals. And then another saying this is totally authentic. Why would Mexico taint their reputation and create this, present this to Congress, and then for it to be 100% fake? What I find interesting, Jimmy, is that we're getting a second one. And Jaime mentioned, the person that organized this, mentioned that there's going to be some really big.
Everybody here, that's what we're told. The excitement, I think you felt it just go up a level.
Oh, for sure. So the great thing
Yeah.
is that, first of all, Jaime was the one that organized this. And on his YouTube channel that we'll be streaming from, he actually hired people to translate everything in English live, happening right in front of our eyes. And so we are very, very grateful for that. And we'll be sharing that here today so that for all of our non-Spanish speakers, you're not getting just subtitles, you're also getting a direct translation as well, so that you can walk around and still listen to it versus having glued to your screen and trying to read all the subtitles. But those will also be added in later today.
I had Google Translate on my phone, right? Holding it up to the speaker, reading it in real time for 4 hours, right?
It's hard. It's exhausting.
It was worth it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Now, let me go back before we get started here. We're supposed to start right at 2:00. We've got 3 minutes. And let me go back and address a few of your points. First off, it's Jaime Maussan, and he's used to ruffling feathers. He's used to criticism. He's also got a huge fan base and people that look to him, and he's got a huge database of information that is sent to him from all points of Central and South America. So there's that part of it. The second part, I was completely taken surprise when he rolled those mummies out on stage. And certainly, as everybody knows that has been following me over the years, that I was involved with since the very beginning and even before it went public. And I was in shock. I mean, I just really couldn't believe what was going on. The response to it since then, yes, the Navy went back and did a second set of CT scans and x-rays, and then made another public announcement immediately after that with video of them doing the scans, saying that the bodies were whole and intact. A little side note, there were 4 people in that video wearing gowns and things doing that. One of those 4 I will be with this weekend in Las Vegas, and I'm just going to announce to everybody that we will have some stuff there, some anatomy. Yes, I'm not going to say anything else, but again, this press conference or this UFO hearing is happening today, and I have got one of those 4 with the new analysis that will be announced also this weekend in Las Vegas at the Luxor Hotel. And I cannot wait. I know what he's bringing. I know what he's going to show to the public. And I'm here to tell you, Cristina, I will be seeing this with my own eyes.
That's going to be impressive. But for those that didn't watch the first hearing, let's just give you a slight background on what happened. So we had a handful of UFO witnesses come forward, one of them being Ryan Graves, another one being Robert Salas, people that you're people in the UFO community are pretty familiar with and their stories. They were able to speak and come forward and share their accounts. But the biggest takeaway and the thing that caught the majority of people's attention were these two Nazca mummies that were rolled in these glass coffins that were shown to the public. And it was mentioned in one of the presentations by naval surgeon Jose Zalce that it's just one entity. It wasn't an amalgam of a bunch of them, and it's more than 1,000 years old, with 70% of the DNA known, while 30% of the DNA was in the category of unknown. And that's when people were going mad. They're like, oh my gosh, this is 100% aliens. What's going on here? Right. And then others saying, no, this is cake. Like that pretty cool meme. I'm not going to lie. That cake looked delicious. But aside from that, Jaime and the rest of the team did state that we're not saying it's extraterrestrial, but we are saying that it's not entirely human. And then the news outlets, first of all, didn't even know this was happening. And then as soon as it was released, all these articles were coming out stating, okay, so Mexico showed mummies, but are they real? Are they not? And they all go back to one article, one video stating, oh, it's a bunch of animals mixed into one. And this fluffed some feathers, as you said, Jimmy, and I find that very comical to use and also very appropriate here. But the thing is that at the end of the day, we have two different organizations, two scientific groups studying the exact same thing and giving two distinct answers. One saying it's one entity, the other one saying it's multiple entities made into one. Which one do we believe? Why is one more believable than the other? And the one that we're looking at now that's saying that's one entity, they're not presenting this at a UFO conference in a school gym. They're presenting this to the Mexican Congress. And I feel like that is significant enough. Could they still lie? Yeah, sure, of course. But at this point, to have a second hearing, what's the point? What's the purpose if it is a hoax, if it is a fraud altogether? Because if anything, I'm going to assume here, and I could be wrong, that Jaime is probably spending a lot more money in this than receiving money from this. So I don't think money is a factor here. And again, I could be wrong. I could be naive in this aspect. But overall, it's strange that we're hearing two very distinct narratives. And for the majority of people, we don't know which one to believe, which one is the right one. But the hearing is starting right now. I'm going to share my screen and we're going to get straight into that.
Okay, here we go. This is a big deal. Get ready, everybody. We don't have audio yet.
Good afternoon to everyone. In first instance, I want to welcome you to the Chamber of Deputies. The Chamber of Deputies is the house of the people, where every idea, every kind of thinking, every proposal are worthy of being analyzed here and shared, debated, and discussed. And let this be with a lot of respect. 2 months ago, we had the first audience surrounding the unidentified anomalous phenomenon. My friend Jaime Maussan, who has been a very recognized and respected journalist with a lot of years of experience in this topic, that has debated very thoroughly this topic. He has talked with me some months ago, and he told me, Sergio, here in Mexico, we lack more to talk about this topic, and with another perspective, that this legislative work that has already happened in other countries, and we can have the vanguard of this topic. In that occasion, we had invited specialists from all parts of the world. They came, journalists, scientists, experts that analyzed topics about the human genome, Japan congressmen and French congressmen also came. We've encountered negative opinions and opinions in favor. This is democracy. This is like the basic principle of democracy, to be able to discuss ideas so that we can all say what we think, and that from that exposure of ideas, there are people that agree or disagree from this opinion. That is what happened here in the Deputies Chamber. We feel really happy to have been able to make that step, because apart from the fact that it was something historical and something unique, we can take experience from that people with a lot of seriousness went to share their respective research that they have done through their lives. And something that is very important, that was very important through the whole public media, was the presence of two, let's say, mummies, it's desiccated bodies, of non-identified objects here in the deputies' chamber. From unidentified objects that in any moment we're going to hear explications from people who have studied them, their origins, genetic compositions, and other data that come, or that their origins come from Peru. Today, we are accompanied by Peruvian deputies. Please be welcome. Specialists about the topic. They're going to talk to us about this and are going to talk about this thoroughly. Apart from that, this is not just in the exposition or in the comments. The replicas and discussion about all of this, we have taken this to the law. And right now, we are taking this to an initiative to form the law of transparency, where we can establish that, in difference from other countries, Mexico, any information that regards all of these anomalous objects that is in power of the state, for that information to be public and not hidden. Jaime Maussan made an investigation surrounding transparency through the channels and procedures that the INAI has, and through that juridic exercise, they tell about an entity of the Mexican state, the CNM, where the traffic controllers, aerial traffic controllers were. They published visualizations they had of anomalous flying objects. And I want to refer now that I need to highlight that it's necessary to reform the law, and that any public video or any kind of knowledge of this possible phenomena of unidentified anomalous objects, we're going to present them, and we're going to give opportunity to all of this. In the Chamber of Deputies, there's a lot of relevant topics, and we're going to discuss everything. Today, we're discussing here nothing more and nothing else than budget. We're here in this building discussing things that are very relevant, and people that think this is really relevant and talk with a lot of respect. We'll receive the personalities that accompany us today, so that they can tell us their personal experiences, their life experiences, scientific data about this topic. So please be welcome again.
Thanks a lot, Deputy Sergio Gutiérrez Luna. Now we will have the reporter, José Jaime Maussan, Director of Tercer Milenio. Please have a word, Director. Thank you a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. To our friends from Acapulco, all our solidarity. We know that you will pull through this challenge that life has put in front of you. It's an honor to be here today in this honorable Chamber of Deputies to present 3 topics of great relevance to Mexico, to Peru, and to America Latina, and the rest of the world. First, I want to highlight the proposal of the law of the unidentified aerial phenomena that is going to be presented in the next few days. And number two, I want to be able to emphasize that any of the information from this that the state may have on this phenomena, the authorities will be obligated to inform all the people about this kind of information they may have. And from this, the and for this, the one responsible for this is Deputy Sergio Luna. There is no state in this world, in this planet, that guarantees the absolute transparency about these unidentified aerial phenomena in their sky, and that needs to be truthfully considered. That needs to be considered that Mexico is now on the vanguard is now at the first place in this. However, we hope that this may be a shining example for the rest of the places in the world. In the third place, I want to highlight the studies about the studies of these tridactyl beings found in Peru, as well as the exposition of two entirely new species. This is not this is not just one species. These are three, and furthermore, these are not the only ones. There's more. This discovery is so much bigger than we all thought. All of this is only possible thanks to the people who were committed to the truth, like the Deputy Sergio Gutierrez Luna, because thanks to him, to his conviction and his courage, we were able to achieve such extraordinary advancement that will situate Mexico as one of the first and foremost countries in this new reality. Mexico will be one of the first to accept this unidentified anomalous phenomena as one in the laws. And that's why Mexico will help the world to accept what's going on, the reality of what's going on in our case. And we also need to recognize the help from Gaia.com. Without Gaia, we wouldn't have been able to realize this extraordinary investigation. Their support was a determinant factor to realize this work. I'm sorry. Also to obtain this scientific research, and I also want to deeply thank the ICA University at Peru, and especially their very brave rector, Legua. He has faced enormous pressure from the government, from the scientific community, and yet he has pulled through to advance through any challenges, and he deserves all of our gratefulness. He also deserves Thierry Gamin, who is the director from the institute in Cari, who started the excavations about this discovery, which was realized among the Palpa and Nazca communities in Peru. Today we know that these desiccated bodies with humanoid characteristics is so much bigger than we thought. These discoveries challenge us to rethink our place in the universe and even our own roots as human beings. The implications of these discoveries are deep, and they invite us to reflect about our responsibility in this earth. Sorry. This is a very important and very exciting moment we have in our hands. Physical proof that may change our entire perception of the world. The 21 September of 1889, he said President Ronald Reagan said on the ONU, perhaps we need a threat from another world, and then maybe the conflict among all of the conflicts among all the nations will disappear. I don't think we need a threat. We just need to know that we are as one race without a distinction between race or color will help us to stop killing each other,
Okay,
like in Russia
okay, it's
or the
not.
Middle East. This discovery may push us to finally understand this. We are faced with a deep, deep change. I am inviting the scientific community so that instead of attacking us, of that they may investigate seriously. We need to leave behind the prejudice, the unfounded fear, and to hug this opportunity to embrace that we may face and we may grow as a society. Some may resist to accept the evidences and testimonies that demonstrate that times are changing. However, not even the detractors or the investigators are bigger than the truth. In conclusion, today we are facing a crucial moment in humanity, the presentation of desiccated beings with humanoid characteristics that defy us to amplify, to expand our horizons. And we once again thank the ICA University and the Mexican authorities for their bravery and their leadership in this process. I want to say once again that the discovery in Peru is so much, very much bigger than we thought. In the coming weeks, they will try to stop the information that here is being presented. They will try to discredit it. They will try to discredit the evidences. They will try to any kind of effort from our position will have to be supported through scientific means, like here we're presenting, which is why this public audience congress, which is how we find that the bodies found in the Lima airport are being destroyed, which is why we need to find, and furthermore, eventually we'll have more information about this very sad chapter. It is important that we may all unite, investigators and institutions, so that we may all talk about transparency.
So just to mention that the lag is actually coming from the Canal de Congreso, the Congress channel that they're streaming from, and then they have someone dubbing over to translate what's going on in English.
Yes, Jaime, thank you very much. As a coordinator, you will take the lead of the program, if you're as kind.
Invitamos al presidio.
We invite to the presidium to José Ángel Guevara, aerial controller, who will give testimony about the intense activity that has been occurring in this moment in the skies of Mexico. Go ahead, José Ángel, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Deputy Sergio Gutiérrez Luna. I want to thank you and to everyone else the kindness to receive us in this second public audience for the regulation of the unidentified anomalous phenomena. Thank you very much for being here, ladies and gentlemen. It's for us a great privilege to be here, and personally, as a Mexican, a whole honor. I am here before you as an aerial controller of Mexico to share with you testimonially some of the data, as well as some documented support of sightings and reports of unidentified anomalous objects. Today, an unusual phenomena has been happening in our country. Phenomena that I, as a aerial controller in the category of en route radar, I have been able to give testimony. A lot of the testimonies of these anomalous, unidentified anomalous objects, and to say that the pilots that fly daily through the aerial national space, to whom I can say that they are highly professional and that they have a respectable credibility and that they have a great seriousness. Maybe such reports have consisted of the frequent visual observation of luminous objects during the flights that happen during the night time, sometimes described as balls of fire, and that sometimes present themselves in numerous numbers, and that there's also been sightings inside of the cabins of the airplanes. Said sightings, they have been described, these phenomena, as luminal or lights that have been overflying the skies that do not follow the patterns of any aircraft that we know and that defy any kind of aeronautical laws. To me, when I was informed of this phenomena and I was solicited some information about the lights that were observed, and in base of the position that were of the pilots that gave testimony to this phenomena did not appear in the screen of the radar as identified traffic, which is very concerning, and it surprises both the pilots and the aerial controllers. This fact really makes these extraordinary phenomena very important. This phenomena is really not exclusive from nowadays. Since 20 years ago that I've been working in this area, I have been receiving one or maybe two similar reports of those that I have been receiving since the beginning of my career. But definitely this 2023, there has been an unusual high amount of sightings. I will show you the evidence of what has been described in some audios, please.
Tiene un tráfico a las 3 su posición exactamente a 5 millas.
5 miles from 320. Do you refer to that? I have the traffic at sea, but I can't. But it's like it's making figures. I don't know. I don't know if they're airplanes, but we're fighting at the same. Well, I don't have any notification of these objects, Captain. And how many objects do they look? I think there are like around 8, and they are like turning on and off. I had Tower 1, Curiosity. Do you by any chance have an object to our side? It's difficult to calculate, but I think it's around Fijo Maxa. I would have Maxa is at your left at around 14 miles. Híjole, I don't have traffic reported, sir. I don't observe any of that in the area. The most certain traffic is you could say it's close to you is like 123 miles from 3.0. How are you? Good night. And 1.108 and 308. Thanks, pilot. How was your contact 380? Does it look like Starlink? I don't think so, gentleman. I'm sorry. It looks bigger than Hermosillo. Static. It was static. The lights. Yeah, you can see more than 100 lights. There were so many lights. Yeah, they were like kilometric. The source of the light. Yeah. Here we're still with Jesus with Christ in our mouths. Thanks.
These evidences, and I hope that with this brief testimony that I have presented to you, this chamber, that this information is useful to achieve the goals that this audience is looking for, and that the law and additions to the protection
sobre el
overall
fenómeno
Mexican space
anómalo
laws
no
about the
identificado.
unidentified
De mi parte, les
anomalous
agradezco mucho
phenomena.
tu atención.
I
Estoy a sus
really
órdenes.
thank your
Muchas
attention.
gracias.
I am to your orders, and thank you very much.
Una pregunta,
Well,
Ángel.
any question?
Eh,
One question, Angel.
¿Quiere decir con lo que nos estás
Do you mean to
diciendo
say by what you
que
are
cada
telling
vez hay
us
más
that
actividad en
every
el cielo de
time there's
México?
even more activity in
Sí,
Mexican
Jaime,
skies?
Yes,
como lo
Jaime.
dije, en alguna
As I
ocasión
said,
tuve
in some
uno o
occasion I
dos
had
hace mucho
one or
tiempo, pero este
two
año,
a long time ago, but
2023 en
this year,
particular,
2023
el
in
reporte de
particular,
avistamientos
the
se ha
report of sightings have
explotado exponencialmente.
exploded exponentially.
Y son
¿A qué
fenómenos,
lo atribuyes?
To what do you attribute this?
pues como,
Well,
como su nombre lo dice, son fenómenos no
If you,
identificados.
well, you're
En
telling
los
me
radares de nuestro
unidentified
país
anomalous
únicamente
objects.
vemos
In the
el
radars of
tráfico
our
que
country,
se
we only see the
pretende ver
traffic
por medio de
that
un
is
equipo
supposed to be
transponder.
seen through a
No
transponder
podemos ver
equipment.
parvadas
We
de
can't
aves
really
o
see
mal tiempo, únicamente
flocks
vemos
of,
los aviones que se dejan ver en el radar.
birds or
Cuando
anything
aparece
like
algo
that.
que no está
If
identificado,
something
pues no
appears that is
podemos
not
saber qué
registered,
es,
we don't really
con certeza qué es,
know
pero
with
los pilotos
certainty
lo
what
describen
it
como
is, but pilots describe it
eh,
like
elementos o
elements
cosas
or
cosas
objects
extraordinarias
that make
que desafían
extraordinary
cualquier
things that
ley de
defy
la
any
gravedad
kind
o
of
de la física o de la
gravity
aerodinámica.
or aerodynamical or physical law.
Do you have a register, any kind of control about the reportings of
No,
this?
No.
siempre hay un supervisor en un turno.
I
Queda
knew
como
a supervisor in
comentario,
turn
todos
that
nos
was
quedamos
like
viendo a las
just in
caras unos
comment.
a
We're
otros.
just
Es un hecho
seeing
muy
each other.
asombroso como
It was
desconcertante.
a very
Y, pues,
surprising
estos
and
audios yo
uncertain
los tomé prestados para exponerlos
thing
con
to
ustedes, pero
witness.
actualmente no hay una
But
carpeta de
really, there's
investigación,
no
ni hay un registro de
kind
todo
of
ese tipo de
research or any kind of
innumerables,
register of
reportes
innumerable
que no solamente
reports
yo, muchos
that
compañeros han
not
tenido
only
a lo
I,
largo de
but
este
a lot
año.
of my comrades have had.
Would it be
Uh,
convenient to install any kind of official research?
Cuando ocurre ese tipo de
Yes,
hechos,
it would be
se
recommendable
documenten
that when
y
this kind of
se
stuff
mantengan
happened,
las
for it to
grabaciones,
be documented
a-
and to have
clasificadas y a
the
la vista para
recordings
cualquier tipo de
and
consulta.
have them classified
Muchas gracias.
to the site
nada.
so that
Gracias.
anyone can have
Trajimos
access to them.
algunos videos, no sé si se puedan correr.
We have some videos, I don't know if they can be run, just 3 or 4, about recent sightings
Respecto a
res-
estos objetos
respect
anómalos
these
y
anomalous objects
aviones.
and aerial.
I don't know what that is. That is some weird shit.
Running at 2735, between 120, that's 17, good day. Between 120 and 17, good day, running at 2735.
En la TAM nos encanta ser parte de sus celebraciones, por eso queremos felicitar a una princesa muy especial llamada Ana Sofía, quien se encuentra hoy cumpliendo años. Te deseamos muchas bendiciones y que seas...
De altura. No es un avión,
This
no
is
es
not a
un
plane,
dron,
it's
no
not a
es un
drone,
globo.
it's
Evidentemente
not
es
a
un objeto
balloon.
anómalo.
Obviously, it's an unidentified anomalous phenomenon.
Y creo que
this
fue
is,
grabado desde
I think
un
this was
aeropuerto, un
taken from an
pasajero,
airport.
el
A
objeto
passenger
paseándose
took it.
sobre las pistas del
This was
aeropuerto,
the object was like floating around
pues demostrando
the
que
airport,
están
demonstrating
constantemente
that
cerca de los
it's
aviones,
constantly close to
constituyen un
airplanes,
verdadero
and they
peligro
truly do
como
constitute
lo
a danger,
podrá, pues,
as
reconocer
can be
José Ángel
recognized by José Ángel Guevara,
porque ellos tienen que ver con esto
because they
constantemente.
have to deal with
Entonces,
this
yo creo que
constantly.
invito al
So
diputado
I
Sergio
invite
a
Deputy
considerar
Sergio
con
to
estas
consider
modificaciones
with
a las
these
leyes
modifications
que
to
se
the
pueda
laws
instaurar algún tipo
that
de
there may
oficina
need to be
que
some kind
investigue
of
este
office
fenómeno.
that researches about this.
Bueno, ahora vamos
Now
con
we'll continue with
el abogado
the
de Perú, el
lawyer of
doctor
Peru, Dr.
Rafael
Rafael Arcángel
Ramos,
Berrocal
que nos
Ramos,
presentará una
who will present
ponencia,
to us
lagunas
a
jurídicas en el
speech
manejo
about
de los
the
seres biológicos humanos.
jurisdiction in the managing of non-human unidentified objects.
¿Te parece? Sí. Gracias. Buenas tardes
Good evening
a todos los hombres y mujeres
to
del
all
mundo
the men and women from the
y a las
world,
autoridades que nos permiten
to all the
esta
authorities that
oportunidad, de
allow
una
us
manera
this
muy especial,
opportunity,
a nuestro amigo
and in a very special way
al
to our
valiente
friend, to the very
diputado
brave
Luna.
Deputy
Muchísimas
Luna.
gracias
Thank
por
you very
abrir esta
much
ventana
for opening this window,
nueva
this
de reto
this new
humano
window,
en
this
este planeta.
challenge into this
Hoy
this new world.
Nos encontramos
Today,
aquí para abordar un
we
tema
find ourselves
apasionante
here to take on
y
a passion
trascendental que ha cautivado la
interesting
imaginación
subject
de la
that
humanidad
has taken
durante
hold of
décadas.
humanity's
La
imagination
existencia de
during
vidas no
decades,
humanos
the existence
y los objetos
of
no identificados,
non-human
también
lives
conocidos como
and
cuerpos
unidentified anomalous
anómalos
phenomena
no humanos.
or anomalous
momento
non-human bodies.
De abordar
It's
algunas
time
lagunas jurídicas
to
en
take into
relación
account
con
some
los
legal
estudios
loopholes
científicos de
in
estos
relation to the
fenómenos
scientific
y trabajar
studies
juntos
about
para
these
promover
phenomena,
una ley
and together
que nos permita
work
conocer
together
la
to promote
verdad
a
y
law
dejar
that
un
will allow
legado de
us
conocimiento a
to
la
know the truth
generación
and
futuras,
give a
porque
legacy
creemos
of
que
truth
el derecho
to the
humano
people that will
fundamental
follow
de
us,
conocer la
because
verdad
we believe that
y de
humans have a
explorar
right
el vasto
to know the truth
universo
and
en el
explore
que
the very big,
nosotros
vast universe
habitamos.
that we live in.
Durante siglos,
For centuries,
nuestra curiosidad
our
y sed de
curiosity
conocimiento
and
ha
thirst
sido
for knowledge
impulsos
has been
primordiales
the
que han
primary
impulsado
motivator
nuestro progreso
behind
y
our
desarrollo como
progress
sociedad.
and development as a
Sin embargo,
society.
En el
However,
caso de los seres
in the case of anomalous
cabe la
beings,
posibilidad de vida
there's
no
the
humana, en
possibility
el
that
cual
this
nos
non-human
enfrentamos
life
a un vacío
we may
legal,
find
a
ourselves with a
una
legal
falta de
loophole,
marco normativo que nos
with a lack
permita
of a
y guíe
marginal
en nuestra
norms
investigación
that
con
will
respaldo
guide
jurídico de
our
los estados
investigation
de todos los
through
países del mundo.
a scientific research.
Mientras miramos hacia las
Meanwhile,
estrellas,
as we look towards the
nuestros
stars,
hijos y nietos
our sons and
también lo hacen
grandsons will also
y
do
tienen
so.
todo el derecho de
And they
conocer
have all the
la
right
posible
to know
verdad que
the
se
possible
esconde más
truth
allá
that
de
hides
nuestro planeta.
beyond our
Es
planet.
crucial
It's crucial
promocionar
to
un
promote
marco legal sólido que
a
fomente la
solid
investigación
legal framework
científica en el
that
campo
will
de los cuerpos
cement
anómalos, no humanos,
scientific
con el fin de
research
explorar,
into anomalous
entender mejor
beings
nuestro lugar
to better
en el
understand
universo.
our place in the
Y
universe.
en última instancia, ofrecerles
As
una
the
visión
last
clara sobre
point,
nuestras
we might
posibles
want to offer
interacciones
an
con
important,
seres extraños no
concise
identificados
view
en el
of our
pasado,
interactions
en el presente
with
y en el
these anomalous
futuro.
beings in the past, in the present, and in
Claro
the
que va a
future.
haber riesgos y desafíos.
However,
Como muchos
obviously,
científicos
there's going to be risks.
lo han hecho
Like a
y
lot
lo
of
han padecido
scientifics
y lo han
have
sufrido, pero
suffered,
sí lograron
yes, but
catapultar
yes,
las ideas
they managed to
de sobrevivencia en nuestra
to
tierra.
to
Sabemos por
catapult
testimonios la
our
existencia
progress
de
in this earth.
visitantes no humanos.
We know about the visits from these beings.
A los científicos para el
We
manejo
call the
adecuado
scientists
de los restos
to have
biológicos
a better
humanos, no
handle on
humanos.
these
Esto hace que nuestra
non-human
humanidad siga
remains.
sumida profundamente
This is why our
al
humanity is still
desconocimiento e
profoundly
ignorancia de las
submerged
nuevas
in
ciencias o seres
ignorance
superiores extraños a
from
nuestra
any
tierra o
kind of
civilización.
non-human
Sería un gran
new
desafío de la
technology.
humanidad
It would
absorber
be
sus
a great challenge for
conocimientos
humanity
y
to
adelantos
absorb their
científicos
knowledge
a favor de
and
nuestra humanidad.
technological advancements
nuestro
in
planeta
favor of
Tierra.
humanity in this
Por
planet
ello,
Earth.
es
That's
importante
why it's so
promover la
important to
promulgación de una ley
promote
que regule los estudios científicos, no solo que nos
this law
permitirá
that will
avanzar
allow
en
us
nuestro entendimiento sobre estas misteriosas
to
apariciones
better have
o
a legal framework
visitantes
about these
a nuestra tierra,
important
sino que también sería un paso muy
appearances, and it will
importante
take a very
hacia la
important step
transparencia y el
towards
acceso
transparency
igualitario a la
and
información
equal
de
access to
divulgación
information
de
and about
posibles
divulgation
contactos o presencia de
about
extraños
any
seres
kind of appearance and any kind of sighting about these anomalous non-human appearances. It shouldn't be for the few, it should be for all human beings, based on our right to liberty, to freedom, our right to work, to life. Plus,
debemos considerar
we must consider
el impacto de una
the
ley
impact that this
de
law
esta naturaleza en la economía
may have
y en la
on the
industria
economy
tecnológica.
and in the
Sabemos que las
technological industry.
exploraciones
We
espaciales
know
y los estudios
that the
científicos
space explorations
son
and
generalmente que han
scientific
impulsado
studies
avances
are the ones that
significativos
have
en diferentes áreas, como la
catapulted
medicina,
important
la
progress
comunicación y la
into
informática.
medicine,
Al
information,
intervenir y a
and
invertir en esta
informatics.
investigación de seres anómalos no humanos,
And that's why
podríamos abrir
this
nuevas
research may
oportunidades
open
para el
new
desarrollo de
opportunities for the
tecnologías
progress of
revolucionarias,
more
creando
revolutionary
empleos,
technologies
estimulando
that
el
may
crecimiento
create
económico en el mundo.
jobs, may stimulate our
Es
economic
nuestra
advancement.
responsabilidad
It's our
como seres
responsibility
humanos
as human
investigar
beings
y
to
comprender
investigate
nuestro
and
entorno,
understand
incluso
our
si eso
environment,
implica
even if
adentrarnos
that
más en el
means
misterio del
to
universo,
further
al
submerge
promover
ourselves
una
into the
ley que
mysteries of the
regule
universe
los estudios
by promoting
científicos de los
a
cuerpos
law that
anómalos,
promotes the
protegemos
research of
y
these
ejercemos
anomalous
nuestro
bodies
derecho
and
a conocer la
to
verdad,
exercise our right to
garantizando
know the truth,
la igualdad de acceso a la información
guaranteeing
y dejar
our access to
un
truth.
legado de conocimiento
And we need to
a
leave
nuestros
behind
hijos
a
y a las
legacy of
generaciones
knowledge
futuras.
to our
Es nuestra
children and to the
responsabilidad
future
de
generations.
todos.
It's a
Los
responsibility
cuerpos u
for
objetos
everybody.
anómalos no humanos
These
no deben
bodies,
ser vistos
these
como
anomalous
fuentes de
bodies,
temor,
these non-human beings shouldn't be
sino
seen
como
as sources
puertas
of fear,
hacia un
but as
nuevo
doors
entendimiento de
to
nuestra
new
existencia.
understandings of our
Les insto
existence.
a que
I
unamos
plead
nuestros
with you
esfuerzos y trabajar
to
juntos
join
para promover
forces so that we
leyes
may all work
que
together
respalden y clasifiquen
and we
los
may
descubrimientos
promote these laws
especiales
that
para fines
promote
de declarar
these
en
discoveries,
patrimonio de la humanidad,
that we may
el
and
cual
we
nos
may be able
permitirá
to declare
avanzar
this
hacia una era de descubrimientos
humanity
asombrosos y sobre todo
remain.
nos ayudará a estar más cerca de
This will
entender
help us be
nuestro lugar
closer to
en el
understand our
cosmos.
place in the
Por
cosmos.
ello,
This is why
invocamos a los
we
presidentes,
we exhort the
ministros de
presidents, the
a diputados,
ministers of
a
state, these
congresistas,
deputies, these
legisladores,
congressmen, these
que deberían
legislators,
plantear
to please
una reforma constitucional con regulación normativas
with
explícitas
to
a fin de
propose this kind of legal framework that will help
de
to
descubrimientos
protect
a nuevos conocimientos de
these
seres
scientific
extraños que
studies
llegan o
about these
existieron
weird
históricamente para
non-human
su
beings,
análisis,
and we may
estudio
use them
científico para que
for
los seres humanos
analysis
conozcamos la ciencia
so that
del
we human beings
secretismo,
may understand the
acudiendo a un
science
derecho
behind
constitucional.
the
Debemos
secret.
manifestar como antecedentes
We
a
need
este declarativo
to manifest
la falta de evidencia científica
that
sólida
this lack
desde un punto de
of
vista científico
scientific
para
of
que
solid
respalde
scientific
las
evidence,
afirmaciones de avistamiento de
we
seres
need it so that
desconocidos
we may
es por
back
la
up
falta
these
de pruebas
sightings,
verificables y la replicación de resultados en la
these
investigación. En
unverifiable
tal sentido,
sightings
la
are
ufología
such
sea considerada una
because we need
disciplina
to make
científica
ufology
convencional.
an actual
Asimismo,
scientific
podemos
branch.
denotar la investigación sesgada porque hay
And
críticos
we
sin
can see
conocimiento
here,
científico
we can see here how
probada.
biased these
Se
investigations
dice
are,
que la ufología a
because
menudo
it
está
says that
sesgada por la
ufology is
creencia en la
biased.
existencia de
It's
cuerpos
biased
extraños
because
no
it
humanos.
believes in
Pero
non-human
eso,
bodies.
esa falta de la
However,
búsqueda
this
selectiva
lack,
de pruebas
this
que
lack
respalden
of research,
su
this lack
conclusión,
of
pero
searching
debido a que estas teorías se propalan en el mundo,
leads
principalmente es por
to the
la escasa
world
cooperación
having
internacional
so few
como
of these
Perú,
theories. We have
México
so
y
little
otros
cooperation
países que
between Peru
convergen el
and
planeta
Mexico
Tierra. Y
and
podemos aquí
all
implementar
these other
el análisis del
countries in
secretismo
planet Earth.
gubernamental.
And this all is due
Ciudadanos
to
del mundo,
the government's secrecy regarding
los
this subject.
científicos,
Citizens of the world, scientists,
autoridades,
politicians,
impulsan una mayor
authorities,
cooperación internacional, deberían hacerlo, claro que
we all
deberíamos
need
hacerlo.
to make sure that they
En las investigaciones
propose
de
more
avistamiento de cuerpos
international
anómalos no
cooperation
humanos,
about these
apostando
sightings
a
of
enfocarse
anomalous
rigurosamente
bodies,
en la recopilación y
betting
estudios de
on
datos
the
científicos basado en
of the
evidencias
compilation of these sightings, of all these methods, of all these solid scientific methods, so that we may patch these legal loopholes. And this may all be a great challenge, but we need to be able to reveal new worth beings that are non-humans, and be they present or future. I call from here to a reflection to all human beings. Don't we all have the right to know about other scientific branches, about other intelligences? Why can't we have a in-depth study about this kind of thing? Our sons, our children, they need to know the truth, because they deserve to rewrite the history of humanity with the realities, with the knowledge of other beings, of other intelligences, so that we may solidify the knowledge of man. Being what that is, we need to consolidate the right of man to have the right to knowledge, to truth. This is why this meeting is really like an audience, to the eyes of the audience. This deputy, to these deputies here, please help me. Long live humanity. Long live universal rights, and long live knowledge. Thank you very much.
License, do you want to say that in this moment in Peru, these bodies, anomalous bodies, biological, they're not protected? They're not only in Peru, but also in every country of the world in which any weird non-human body is, because we still need to regulate a reform, constitutional reform, that officially recognizes to which segment or criteria of life it belongs. That's why it's very important that every one of the countries take into account and reconsider to take the profound study to be able to intervene in an actual constitutional reform. And from here, I want to congratulate this chamber that actually is making a beginning that we should follow, with the purpose of being better and some restrictions of ignorance that we have in the science. So until recently, you were really skeptical. What changed? Yes, like everyone, we are probably very skeptical to these new appearances, to these new findings. I was a personal testimony that the body that is going to be presented is identical, is legitimate, but is unknown to the human beings. And that's why science should research this very thoroughly, so that it takes an actual impact in the history. You are a very recognized lawyer, constitutionalist, by the way. That means that are you going to make a proposal through the Congress so that the laws are changed? According to the rights, to the civil rights of our Peruvian society, we, as a group of professionals or as an institution, we have the right to exercise a legislative proposal. But there's also the order of the Lawyer College of Peru. And if we are going to do that, even if any parliamentary wants to do this. But I think that today, two great congressmen who were brave enough to come here, and I really want to highlight their presences. Congressman, please, and the father of our country. I want to give you a very, very warm welcome. Thank you very much, Congressman Gutierrez and Congressman Takuri. Sincerely, they are from the interior of the country. But just like them, everyone, we all have to work hard to seek for the hope in the world. Thank you very much.
Well,
quiero presentar
I
aquí
want
una
to
carta
present here a letter
que envió
that
el rector de la
was sent
Universidad
here
de
by the head of the University of
Perú,
Peru,
el señor Moreno
Mr. Moreno Legua,
rector de la universidad, y que fue
head of the
firmada
university, and it was
por
signed
11 catedráticos
by
de la
11
universidad. Esto como el
heads of the
preámbulo
university.
a
That
la
is,
presentación
this is before
de las
we start
investigaciones
the
que van a hacer
the
aquí
presentation of the
diversos científicos
of the
del
research.
más alto nivel. Vamos a escucharlo.
Here we're going to hear it.
Universidad Nacional
National University San Luis Gonzaga.
Año de la Unidad,
Declaration.
de la Paz y el Desarrollo. Pronunciamiento de la Universidad San
Declaration
Luis
from the
Gonzaga,
UNSLG
sobre el
ICA
caso de los
regarding the
cuerpos
tridactyl
desicados
desiccated
y
bodies
dáctilos
from the
de
Nazca case.
La Universidad
National
Nacional
University San Luis Gonzaga,
UNSLG,
ICA Perú,
a través
through
de su
its
equipo de
research team,
investigación,
wishes to
desea
address
dirigirse a la comunidad
the scientist
científica a
community
nivel
at a
nacional
national and international level,
así como a las
as well as the
autoridades y
authorities
al
and the general
público en
public,
general, para
to inform
informar
about
sobre
our
nuestra
studies
labor de
labor regarding the
estudio en relación a
tridactyl
los cuerpos
desiccated
desicados
bodies
tridáctilos con
with both
características
human and
tanto
reptilian
humanas como
characteristics
reptilianas que
that
han
have been
sido
known through
conocidos en
public
los medios
media
de
as the
comunicación
Nazca
como
mummies.
las momias de Nazca.
These mummies were discovered in the Palpa and Nazca provinces in the Ica department, Peru. As time has passed, this finding has acquired notoriety in public media, generating controversy and debate. In this sense, we wish to clarify and communicate the following. Number one, on the 1st of August of 2019, National University San Luis Gonzaga, UNSLG, of Ica, Peru, received 4 desiccated bodies with both human and reptilian characteristics. These specimens were handed in by the journalist Jorge Israel Mantilla Carvajal, in virtue of his right to reserve and in compliance with the source of information confidentiality principle, as stated in the second article, subsection 18 of the Political Constitution of Peru. The delivery of these bodies was made with the intent of their custody, conservation, and to perform research destined to clarify the authenticity of said desiccated specimens. Number 2, the bigger body, which has been named Maria, presents a similar size to that of a human being, except for notable anatomical differences, among which stand out an elongated skull and the presence of 3 digits both in hands and feet. The osteological and imaging analysis of the extremities show harmony and structural congruence, with lack of evidence for phalanges mutilations, rather evidence of inflammatory injuries in the dorsal spine and feet, except for the smaller body's case, which has been named Guaguita. Number 3, the smaller bodies, that are approximately 60 centimeters long, exhibit a morphological and anatomical structure that significantly differ from those of the human being. The skin presents both morphological and histological characteristics that are very similar to those of the reptiles, and both their hands and feet are tridactyl. Furthermore, they possess voluminous skulls, and their bones in general are very different to human anatomy, showing atypical characteristics and traits, unique and sui generis. It is important to highlight that there has not been found any rigid or metallic union element or support in the articulations in the joints across the whole body. Due to the uniqueness of these bodies and the substantial anatomical and structural differences, further research is required to better understand their nature. Number 4, the metallurgical analysis, performed through a scanning electron microscopy, SEM, of a metallic pectoral implant revealed an important finding. It was determined that the implant is formed by an alloy of a variety of metals, osmium being the main element. It is relevant to highlight that osmium is an element that was officially discovered by Smithson Tennant and William Hyde Wollaston in 1903. Due to its electric properties, osmium is used in the fabrication of some electronic devices and in the production of sensors. Additionally, the microscopic study through an optic metallography has revealed the existence of a matrix of microstructures with microscopic pores and microinclusions in the implant. Number 5. Nevertheless, despite the progress pointing towards the confirmation that these bodies are real and the presence of osmium in a metallic implant, it is evident that further research is required due to the marked structural and morphological differences that have been detected through the compared anatomy. Therefore, it is important to highlight that these preliminary results are not conclusive. Number 6. During the conservation and custody period of the desiccated fetus, our research team, mainly formed by specialist medics, has encountered multiple obstacles in the execution and proper culmination of the research. These challenges include the pandemic, budget limitations, lack of institutional support, lack of logistics, equipment, as well as legal interference from organizations like the Ministry of Culture and the Public Ministry. Despite these obstacles, we managed to perform imaging studies based on X-ray examination and tomographies using resources provided by the research team itself, and metallurgic studies with the support of the National University of Engineering. Number 7. It is important to highlight that the research team has never stated that these bodies belong to extraterrestrial beings. During our research, the most we can state is that from a scientific standpoint, these are biological bodies of unknown origins that existed in the past, but not human. Our approach is based on rigorous study and the research for answers within science, without making speculative statements about the nature of these bodies. Number 8. It is important to highlight that, from the beginning, the research team has never been motivated by any mediatic, politic, economic, or interest of any other nature. Number 9. Our sole intention has been to perform scientific research with the purpose to determine rigorously if the pterodactyl desiccated bodies of humanoid appearance are authentic or if they have been falsified, if they are biological origin or not, and to uncover the mysteries that surround their authenticity. Our commitment has been the progress of the scientific knowledge and the search for answers about these specimens. Number 10. Finally, as a result of our research, the team has come to the conclusion that the studied desiccated bodies are completely authentic from a biological standpoint and do not show any sign of being manipulated or manufactured in any way. Our scientific approach has been rigorous, and the results contribute to the authenticity of these bodies. Letter signed by 11 high scientists of the Ica Peru University, 1st of November of 2003.
I think it's a very firm declaration of the university that turns down any of the questions that have been turning up, especially those where there haven't been any kind of investigation or research to determine the authenticity or not. The most qualified, without a doubt, are the heads of the Ica University. They have had the bodies in their power for 4 years, and they have researched them day and night, and they have come to this conclusion. And it makes it, in my opinion, extremely firm. Now I want to invite here to Mr. Benjamin, without whose participation this would have never happened. When we saw for the first time these images on the internet, we generally thought, as everyone, that they were manufactured, that they were not real. But when we called with him in a phone call, and thanks for Comrade Fernando Correa, he said very emphatically, come to Peru, come to see them, and just see them with your own eyes and not through the images. That's what I did. And as everyone who have been close to these bodies, I have come to the same conclusion. They are authentic. And I want to thank to Thierry and to everyone that has collaborated with us, that they have given all the research that he has made and to share it with the whole world. Go ahead, Thierry.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Maybe we can show the direct video. Well, Mr. Deputy, Mr. Congressman, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, it's a great honor for me and the Institute to take part in this great event that was organized by the Mr. Deputy Sergio Gutierrez Luna and by Mr. Jaime Maussan. In this state of the Mexican democracy, to evoke among you the very polemic case that the desiccated bodies, non-human, of Nazca that were found or that were supposedly found in a still unknown place that is in the north of the city of Nazca, in the south coast of Nazca, by the famous Mario, in quotes, or Leandro Rivera, during the year of 2015, of what we know. I want to highlight that we don't really have anything to do with the ufology. We make archaeological research, and just that. In October of 2016, we were contacted by a Peruvian journalist, Mr. Tombini, and a Paul Ronceros, that had in their possession strange biological objects and that they were mummified. I won't tell you. I will tell you that one of their friends, the famous Mario, he had found close to a funerary location, close to Nazca, a weird archaeological complex underground that was made of galleries and holes and of salons in a lot of levels and in a very poor state of conservation. And he really insisted that he had found a lot of remains in a lot of areas. Paul Roncero, he wanted to know if we could be able to help him to determine if his relics were authentic and if we could help him to share this information. And that's why when we have had the conviction that it could have been a very serious matter and very real, we have decided to research this case with two main objectives. First, to share the information so that nobody can hide this, and secondly, to research the case and to determine if these desiccated bodies were authentic or fake in the mark of a traffic or in some sort of modern joke or pun. So this had a very small possibility for this to be real, but it was worth to take the risk because of the implications of every kind of level, historical, religious impact. And in January of 2017, as we can see, I sent a letter to Mr. Nieto, Minister of Culture, and Pedro, to try and take the attention of the Peruvian authorities about this possible finding and about the risks of people trying to steal all of these archaeological sites from part of treasure hunters, but they did nothing. So in February and March of 2017, we have done, with collaboration with my friend Ana Bonet, and thanks to the support of all of these people, we have been able to finance and we have been able to start the research. A lot of biological elements that Mario had lent us. And in around these times, there were cut heads and big hands of 3 digits and 6 phalanges. And a little later in March, Mario, he had revealed incredible bodies, incredible complete bodies that were humanoid or reptilian. The first one was named Albert for the interns, and the second one, which we can see here in the screen, was named Josefina. She is 57 centimeters long. Albert is 60. She has a metallic implant in the thorax, and that we had found that she had 4 eggs in her abdomen, that they were informing, and a little egg that was forming in her reproductive system. So this is all the stuff that we have found with Mr. Jaime Maussan, and we've also found stuff with some other friends from Gaia.com, and thanks to them we've been able to start with this very important collaboration. So thank you to all my friends in Gaia. Some weeks later, Mario had found new bodies, completely incredible. He talked about Maria, who we can see right now in the screen, that might correspond to a hybrid being. And then Mario showed us Victoria, and they all have their names: Victoria, Guaguita, La Familia, and so much more. In November of 2018, thanks to Mr. Congressman Armando Villanueva, we have presented in the Congress of the Peruvian Congress all the results of the analysis that we had done during for years with Mr. Jaime and with Gaia. The results are that every specialist that came to Peru to study these bodies came to the conclusion that these bodies were authentic, were in fact authentic, and that they are biological beings, and that these beings were alive at some moment, at some point in time. The laboratories concluded that these bodies had centuries and even millennia of antiquity. These bodies do not belong to the human species. And that is why the laboratories will talk about at least 2 species, 2 unknown species. And I want to insist about this very important point, that none of the laboratories have talked about extraterrestrials. And finally, in November of 2019, we have convinced, with our friend Joyce Mantilla, to our other friend Mario, to hand in to the University of Ica the mummies, or desiccated bodies, that we had studied, to let the Dr. Jose Zuniga, for them to be able to make their own analysis and take their own conclusions. We know that these desiccated bodies have generated a global controversy, very strong. Nevertheless, until today, every specialist that have actually taken action and come here to Peru and to study them, they have concluded that these bodies are authentic. And all the specialists, or pseudo-specialists, or so-called specialists, that state that they really think that this is fraudulent, they have never come to Ica to study these desiccated bodies. Not a single one. Before leaving the word to all the specialists that will present all their marvelous works of analysis and their conclusions, I would like to speak very rapidly about a paleontologist of USA. Today retired, but with a very important career. It is Dr. cliff
En
miles.
Estados Unidos,
In
por
the
ejemplo,
United
ha
States, he,
creado
for
uno de
example,
los
made
museos
one of
de
the
paleontología más
museums of
importantes del
paleontology,
país y tiene
one of the most
muchas
important in the
publicaciones
country, and he has a
científicas
lot
de
of
muy
scientific
alto nivel.
publications of the
Y
highest
se ha interesado
quality.
mucho
And
a
he is
este
very
caso de
interested
las
in
momías.
this
Ha
desiccated bodies case.
estudiado varios de estos
And
cuerpos.
he has studied a
Y
lot of
aquí,
these bodies.
rápido,
And
sus
I will
últimas
quickly
conclusiones.
say that his last
En primer
conclusions
lugar,
were that in
dice
first place,
Cliff,
he says,
son momías
they are
auténticas
authentic
y han
bodies
sufrido un
and that they have
proceso de
suffered a
momificación.
mummification
Sus
process.
cuerpos
Their
fueron
bodies
sometidos
were,
al menos a dos tipos de baño
they
con el fin
had
de
two
conservarlos
types
mejor.
of bath
El primer
with
era
the
una
objective
especie
for
de
them to be
resina.
preserved better. One
Josefina, por
was a
ejemplo,
type of resin.
tiene claramente
Josefina, for example,
partículas
she had
en la
a
aplicación de resina.
very clear
Paul tiene claramente
particles
líneas
of
de goteo, así
resin
como una
application.
zona
And Paul
en la
had
que la
a very
primera
clear
aplicación no cubrió
zones
cubría
of
toda su piel.
droppings
Su
that
piel
did
podemos
not cover
haberla,
all his
apreciarla.
skin, and we can
La
appreciate
tierra
that
de
here.
diatomea fue la
The
segunda
diatom
aplicación en el
soil
proceso de
was the
momificación,
second
etcétera,
application
etcétera.
in the
En
process of
conclusión,
mummification. In
me gustaría
conclusion,
invitar a los
I would like to invite
investigadores de
the
todo el mundo
researchers
que tenga
of all
la
around the
mente
world
abierta
to have
y se
an
unen
open
a
mind
esta
and to
investigación.
join this research.
También me gustaría
I
que
would
las
also
autoridades
like
peruanas,
for the
tal
Peruvian
como el
authorities
Ministerio de Cultura,
and like the
mostrará
Ministry of Culture,
la misma
that they would
apertura
I
de
would like them
mente
to
y
show the
aceptarán
same
trabajar mano a mano con los
openness of mind so that they
especialistas
can
y los
work
científicos
with the
de la
specialists and the
UNICA.
scientists
De
of the
igual
ICA.
manera,
The same way,
espero que al
I
final de
would
este
like
proceso
that at the
de
end of this process
investigación,
of
todas
research,
las momías
every desiccated
descubiertas
body that
vuelvan a la
is
región
going that
Nazca.
are discovered
Lamento que
go back to
algunas
the
de
Nazca
estas
region
momias
because all of
hayan
these
quitado el
mummies
Perú. El Instituto Incari
were taken from
no
Peru.
aprueba
The
estos
Incari Institute
tráficos que
does not approve of this
denunciamos
traffic, and
y
we
esperamos que estos especímenes regresen
are not
finalmente en el
in
país,
favor of all of this.
tal
And
como esta momia que
just
le
like
vamos
this
a mostrar de tipo
desiccated
híbrido,
body of a hybrid nature
que un tal Roberto
that
de Nazca
a Robert from
me
Nazca
enseñó hace unos días.
has shown me some days ago.
Parece de la misma especie
It appears to be
de
from the same
María, y
species of
estamos
Maria,
investigando este
and
caso.
we are
Eso es
currently
una
investigating this case.
exclusiva,
This
era
is
una
an
sorpresa
exclusive, and it was a surprise
para
for
Jaime.
Mr. Jaime.
Creo que se trata de
I
un
think
gran
that this is a
patrimonio
great
cultural de la nación
cultural
y de la
patrimony of the
humanidad.
nation and of
Si
the
estos
humanity.
cuerpos
If
son
these bodies
auténticos,
are
son,
authentic,
se
they,
podría constituir un descubrimiento
this could be
arqueológico,
a very important
uno de los más
archaeological
importantes
discovery,
de la
one of the
historia.
most important of the history.
Finalmente quisiera
Finally, I would like
anunciar
to
el
announce
lanzamiento de un gran
the
proyecto de
launching of a
Museo de las
great
Momias no humanas de
project,
Nazca en la zona
the
Nazca
Museum of the
para el
Non-Human Mummies
2024.
for 2024 in
Estaremos,
Nazca.
mi
And
equipo y yo en
my
la
research
zona
team
Nazca
and
para encontrar
me are going to
los
be in the Nazca
responsables locales
zone to find the local
de la zona
responsibles
Nazca
of
para
the
este gran proyecto.
Nazca's
Por
zone
eso se
for this great
necesita
project. And that's why
del apoyo de la
we need
población,
the support of
de
the
los
population,
responsables
of
políticos,
the
locales y
political
regionales,
responsible
y de
people,
una buena
and of
colaboración
a
con el
good
Ministerio de
collaboration
Cultura,
with the
con el
Culture
con
Ministry,
el cual no podemos
with
hacer
which we
nada.
cannot do
Creo que
anything
este
about.
proyecto
And this
podría
project
contribuir al
could
desarrollo
contribute to the development,
turístico de Nazca
the
y
touristic
Palpa,
development of Nazca and
y
Palpa.
en eso el Instituto
And
Incari
with that,
va
the
a trabajar
Incari Institute
en los
will work
días,
in
semanas
the
y
days,
meses
weeks, and
que vienen.
months
Para
yet to come.
terminar,
To
quisiera
finish,
felicitar
I would like to congratulate
de manera muy fuerte
very
al señor
strongly
diputado
the
y a
Mr.
mi
Deputy
amigo
and my
Jaime
friend
Maussan por
Jaime Maussan
todo lo que
for
están haciendo
everything that they are
para que
doing
salga la
for
verdad.
this, for the
Muchísimas
truth
gracias.
to go
Viva
out.
México y viva
Thank you
Perú.
very much. Long live Mexico. Long live Peru.
Thierry, Thierry,
Jerry,
quiere decir que hay mucho
does
más.
this mean that there's more?
Sí, el sitio
Yes,
para mí,
this site for me,
el punto lo más
the point,
caliente es el
the
sitio.
most important is
Y,
the
si el
site.
sitio existe,
And the site
sabemos
exists,
que
and
si
we know
existe,
that it
debe
exists.
existir
It must exist.
centenas o miles
Um,
de estos cuerpos.
hundreds
La
or thousands of
iconografía,
these
que
bodies.
podemos
And the iconography
encontrar
that we can
entre,
find
el sur de
between
Lima y el
the
norte
south
de
of Lima
Chile,
and
En las,
the
los
north of
tejidos,
Chile,
la cerámica, los
the
petróglifos muestran
petroglyphs,
estos
ceramics,
seres
they show
tridáctilos de
these
tipo
tridactyl beings
reptilianos
of
con huevos
reptilian nature with
en las
eggs
culturas Paracas y
in
Nazca. O sea,
sculptures
hablamos de
from
1000
Nazca.
años. Paracas
We're
es el
we're
siglo
talking
8
about
antes de
1,000 years
Cristo.
ago. It's
Nazca
the 8th century
es
before
el,
Christ.
va hasta el siglo
Um,
6 o 7. Hablamos
like
de 1000 años
we're talking about
de un
thousands of
posible
years
contacto
of a possible
entre
contact
los
between
lugareños de esta
the
zona
locals
y un pueblo
and
no sabemos de dónde vienen, pero
society
es
that
una
we don't
evidencia
know
que
where
sí
they come from,
existe,
but it's an
ha
evidence that
existido.
does
Y en
exist.
este sitio debe
And
haber
even in this
entonces
site, there is
quizás miles de
maybe
ejemplares, de
thousands of
especímenes.
specimens.
Hay dos elementos muy
There are
importantes.
two very
There's
important
two
elements.
very important elements about this that
a
we're going to be
revelar
discussed and we're going to
algo
reveal
extraordinario, la
something
posibilidad de que se
extraordinary.
trate de un
It's
híbrido
the
María.
possibility that this is a
¿Quién podría
hybrid.
haber hecho un
Maria
híbrido
could have been a
con
hybrid.
genes?
Who could have done
No voy a
a
adelantarme a los
hybrid of genes?
expertos,
Well,
con
I'm not
diferentes
gonna.
genes de
I won't.
diferentes especies.
I won't say
Para
before
mí,
the experts
una
say
de
it.
las
For me,
pruebas
one of the
definitivas
definitive proof, or
son
the
los
ultimate proof
resultados de ADN
of
que
these
hicieron- que
DNA
hemos
results
hecho
that
con-
we have
contigo,
done
con
with
los
you
amigos de
and
Gaia,
with
que
our
han
friends from
confirmado
Gaia,
que
that
no
they have
son
confirmed that they are
humanos.
not
Y
human.
creo que,
And I
bueno,
think
hemos
that we have
utilizado
used
el profesionalismo de los
the
laboratorios
professionalism
más, más capo
of
del
the
mundo.
most
Y sus conclusiones son muy
qualified
claras.
laboratories of
De
the
igual
world, and their
manera,
conclusions
se han
are very clear.
encontrado huellas
And
dactilares
we have
en
found
las manos y los pies de
fingerprints
María, y
from
estas
the hands and
huellas
feet
no
from
son del Homo
Maria.
sapiens.
And these
Nosotros
fingerprints are
tenemos
not
las
from the Homo
huellas,
sapiens.
en
We have
espiral,
the fingerprints in
cuando
like a
María
spiral,
tiene las huellas
while
de
Maria
forma
has their
paralela.
fingerprints
¿Quién,
in a
hoy
different
día
manner.
puede traficar un
So
ADN
she
o
could have
huellas,
a DNA or
dactilares?
fingerprints
Es imposible.
that we don't know. It's
El
impossible.
otro es,
The
los
other thing
metales que
is the
tienen,
metals,
los implantes que
the
tienen en el cuerpo
metallic
estos
implants
seres.
that these
No sé
beings
si,
have.
I don't know
lo
if
has visto
you have
al
seen
inicio de
at the
el
beginning
video
of the
mostramos
video, we
una,
showed
un espécimen que
a
hemos
specimen that we
bautizado,
have named
Artemis, que
Artemis,
tiene tres
that he
huevos,
has
7
three,
placas, y
well,
estas
she has
placas
3
justamente tienen
eggs,
osmio,
3 plates, and all
igualmente.
of these plates
Es
have
decir,
osmium.
¿quién lo puso ahí?
But who put it there?
Eso es la pregunta
That's the
un
question.
millón.
Si el osmio
That's
no
a
se
great
había
question.
descubierto hasta
If
hace
osmium
apenas 2
wasn't
siglos,
discovered
estamos
until like
hablando
2
de más de 1000
centuries ago,
años,
we're talking about
pues todo esto
1,000
queda
years
abierto
ago.
a la
Well, all
imaginación.
of this
No vamos a
remains
decir lo que
open
no
up to
debemos decir,
imagination.
pero ahí
We
dejamos
won't say
abiertas
what we shouldn't
estas,
say, but
estas
we'll leave
interrogantes
these
que algún día
questions
tendrán que ser
there. One
respondidas
day
a tiempo.
they must be answered.
Ojalá que
I hope
Te felicito
that
por toda tu labor y al Instituto
I thank
Incari.
you for your
No eres el
for all your
único, hay
work
todo un
and
equipo
the
detrás de ti
ICARI
que
Institute.
merecen también el
All
reconocimiento.
your team behind you also
aprovecho de
deserves the
esta
recognition.
oportunidad que me das para saludar a mis
I
amigos,
would like also
Eduardo
to
Valenzuela Gil, que está aquí,
greet my
en la
friends
sala,
that
y,
some are here
a
in
José
my in the
Casafat
chamber,
Montes, el
and
vicepresidente del
the
instituto,
vice president
Gilbert
of the
Subiré, Domingo
institute,
Farfan, Alain Bonnet, que nos está mirando desde
that
Francia.
and they
Hola,
are watching us from
y,
France. Hello,
muchísimas
Alan,
gracias,
and
Jaime.
thank you,
Muchísimas
Jaime,
gracias
everyone,
a todos.
to
Gracias,
everyone.
Terry.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you, Terry.
Bueno, antes de
Well,
continuar
before we
con
continue
las
with
evidencias que se van a
the
presentar, que nos
evidence
van a
that
dejar
will be
estupefactos,
present that will leave us
tal y como
stupefied,
ocurrió en la
just
primera
like it
audiencia,
happened in the first
quiero
audience.
invitar
I want to
a nuestro
invite
amigo
our
Claudio
friend
Gatto,
Claudio
un
Yato,
famosísimo rapero
an extremely famous
de otra
rapper
generación,
of another generation,
que nos dé unas palabras, por
to
favor.
give us some words, please.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening, everybody.
Cámara de Diputados, muchas
To the
gracias,
entire
Sergio, muchas
chamber
gracias,
of
Padrino Maussan. Me
deputies,
vine a meter aquí a
my
su
friend
conferencia. Yo no
Mr.
soy
Maussan.
científico,
I am not
pero
scientist,
les quiero decir una cosa.
but
He
I want to
tenido la
say
suerte,
something
¿verdad?
to you.
Desde
I've had a love since
1984, cuando
1884,
vi la primera vez
when I was
en
for
el
the
mar
first
del
time
universo, el Padrino Maussan mostró
in the
las
Sea of the
fotografías del
Universe.
señor suizo
Mr.
Pierre
Maussan
Meyer. Yo
showed
decía, están muy
the
buenas como para
photograph
ser
from photographs of this
falsificadas.
Swiss man, Billy
Y
Mayer. I said
una de
these
las
are
cosas que oí
too
ahí
good to be
dice, si usted
falsified.
quiere ver ovnis,
And I said, well, if you wanna see ovnis, then you need to look upwards. And well, since 1984, I've had so many sightings. Thanks to technology, I've been able to record so many events. I've sent several to our Tlaxcalteca master friend. These floating. I've been able to register them from my house because technically I live from an 8th floor where I have like an extremely good view. And they're like, Yato, how do you see them? Do you call them? And I'm like, I'm just doing namum. And then suddenly, no, actually, just looking up to the ceiling. I don't have any scientific proof. I just give the evidence. I don't believe in ovnis because to believe is to doubt, and I see them every day. I see the Cihuat, I see the Justo, I see Santa Fe, and yeah, it's like periférico, like they go so many to them. And Mausan says they seem so little, and I'm like, well, just pay attention to the camera. And like I said, I've had the luck at the beginning of my career. Well, obviously the songs I made was the first song I made was The Planet, and technically it was the message that Billy Mayer was giving us through this program of the destruction of the ozone. I speak about 60 minutes because that's where I heard the entire message. And truly, we are at an oasis in the universe, and I do think that these guys are just waiting for us to destroy ourselves to be able to take this place, because we're still contaminating. We've talked about wars, we've talked about contamination. We've talked about how we are just throwing 15,000 millions of years of evolution. We're throwing it into the trash just due to contamination, due to conflict, war. Well, whatever happens in the first second of the next cosmic year depends on what we do now with our knowledge about this planet. We all love for we're getting answers from the planet. We are losing everything. All of the conditions are getting worse. We must take care of the floor we're taking. Don't you all think about that? Doesn't this all pass through your head? Or is this all that you have the money to go to the moon and NASA builds you up home up there?
The translation lost it, but he was really doing poetry right there. He was rhyming a lot of his words.
Well, now
le doy la palabra
I'll give the word to, with the allowance of the deputy, to the Dr. David Willy Rizbela from the ICA University. He is a man that was president of the Association of Legal Medics of Peru. He is part of the National Academy of Sciences in Nueva York, and he has all my respect. In the days that I have known him, he is a man with a great experience and a very profound knowledge, and I really want you to hear him with great attention and carefulness. Go ahead, David. We go forth with the video, with the first video. There's just one. Okay. I thank the organization and to you, legislators of my brother country, to open your minds to disruptive elements that, to the immense, vast majority, they would require to go out of their comfort zone and to get this vision of the world. To others, maybe to force their paradigmatic premises. The initial videos that will go, as I say in the first part of my presentation, are in homage to more of 100 professionals that have worked a lot of hours and in more than 6 years. The second video will show moments in which I was evaluating one of these biological entities.
Como médico
I,
legista,
as a
que es
medic,
la denominación latina
which
de mi
is
especialidad,
the denomination
o
of my
como
specialty,
forense,
or
que es
as
la
a forensic,
denominación
which is
anglosajona,
the
nos preparamos para
English term,
investigar,
I would
para
like,
buscar la verdad
I have
de
prepared
lo
to search for the
detrás de lo
truth
aparente,
that
para
has
dar
been hiding behind
explicaciones
what is
al foro,
apparent,
a un foro como este,
to a
en este
forum
magno
like
evento.
this one, in this
La
great
ciencia
event. The
tiene
science
un método,
has a method,
que es el
which
método
is
científico.
the scientific method.
En esta etapa de
In
investigación
this
preliminar,
development,
algunos de los datos
some of the
obtenidos
data
ya
that
son
we have obtained
concluyentes.
are already conclusive.
No obstante, requieren
Nevertheless,
verificación
they
por otros
still
investigadores
require the
en el
verification of other
sentido
researchers
de
in the
hacer el
sense
mismo análisis para
that they need
obtener
to do the same
el
analysis to
mismo
obtain the
resultado.
same
En
result.
mi país,
In my country,
como en muchos otros
like in
países,
many other
no hay
countries,
especialistas en
there are no
paleogenética. Y en
specialists in
tomografía, por
paleogenetics,
conteo de fotones, de ser posible.
and with
Para
other
este estudio, como
studies.
mínimo, se
In
requiere
this
un
study,
tomógrafo de la mayor
you would
resolución
need
posible,
a
que nos
very,
dará
very,
siempre
very
mayor
fine-tuned
precisión.
tomography that
Es por esto que
requires
se requiere un
for the
equipo
great precision,
multidisciplinario y un
and they
presupuesto
require a great
significativo.
multidisciplinary
Todavía, en
team
muchos
and a
países,
very, very high budget.
incluyendo el mío,
Some of the
Perú,
countries, including
con la
mine,
tecnología
Peru,
atrasada que
with
manejamos, si a la
the
unidad
outdated
científica de la
technology
Fiscalía de la Nación le
that we have,
alcanzáramos un
if
fragmento
we had
fosilizado de
a
un
fragment,
dinosaurio,
a fossilized
nos
fragment of a dinosaur,
reportarían
we would be
que
reported
hallaron
that
piedra.
they found
Señores, no me estoy burlando.
stone.
Así estamos. Porque
Ladies
los
and
análisis
gentlemen,
químicos saldrían los
I'm not
minerales
joking.
que
This is what is
corresponden a una
happening.
piedra. Y hay una enorme diferencia entre
If
una
you,
piedra
there's
y
a
un fósil.
great difference
La
between a
Universidad
stone
de
and a
Ica
fossil,
es
and
la que
they
está a
confuse
cargo.
these two.
Y
The
la que debe
University
estar
of
a cargo.
Ica
Estoy
is
seguro que
the
hará
one who is in
alianzas
charge, and that
necesarias para
who needs to
que
be
en
in
una
charge.
segunda
There will need to be
etapa
required to
proseguir con las
be
investigaciones cuando la
alliances
Fiscalía
in the
de
second
mi país suspenda los
block,
bloqueos
so that
y los
my
procesos a los
country
investigadores.
suspends the blockages
La
to
ciencia,
the
señores,
researchers.
está fuera
Science
de las creencias
is out
o no
of
creencias.
the
Asuntos de fe
beliefs, or
están fuera de lugar en este recinto. Acá se ha
faith
demostrado
is
con
out of the
evidencias nuestras
place
investigaciones.
in this
Y yo
forum.
presentaré
I will present
algo que
now
les sorprenderá.
something that will
A los que
surprise
puedan
you.
prestar atención suficiente
Those
en
who
los
can pay
siguientes
attention
minutos.
in the
Antes de
next
proseguir, quiero
minutes.
dejar
Before,
constancia
I would
que
like to
yo
say
estudié
that I studied
las tomografías de
the
alta
tomography
definición
of
realizadas
high
por
definition
3 tomógrafos
by 3
y coinciden con el
tomographies,
cuerpo que yo
and they
examiné.
coincide
Incluso
with the
verifiqué las
body that I
ubicaciones de las
studied, and I
microextracciones
even
que se requirieron para los
compared
estudios.
it to between
También
studies,
verifiqué
and
si
I
el
also
cuerpo evaluado
verified if
corresponde
the
o no a
body
una entidad
corresponded or
biológica
not
descrita antes
to
sobre la
the
Tierra. Y como ya
biological
se ha
entity
explicado,
that
no
was
hay
described.
evidencia de que
And
sea
there is no
producto de una
evidence that
evolución de
it
ninguna
is a
especie
product of
que
a
haya
evolution of
existido
any
en
species
algún momento,
that has
ni que
existed in any
exista
moment or
actualmente.
that exists
Y
right
tampoco
now in the
corresponde
earth,
a
and it
ningún
does not
proceso
correspond
evolutivo
to any
filogenéticamente sobre este planeta.
phylogenetic
Dediqué
evolution
decenas de
process
horas,
in
decenas
this
de
earth.
horas
I
para asegurar
dedicated
que
a
hay
lot of
correspondencia
hours
total con las imágenes
that
tomográficas y
these
determiné que no
images
son
are
producto de la fabricación humana.
truthful and they
La
are
altura de
not
los entes
product of
biológicos
the human
en promedio
manufacture.
son 60
The results are
centímetros los adultos
in
maduros, los
they
juveniles
belong
unos 50
the
centímetros,
length of the length in average of these bodies are 60 centimeters if they
a
are
la fúrcula,
adult,
salvo una, la que hemos denominado, la que el equipo
except
denominó
one that we have
Josefina,
named
que ha
Josefina,
sido operada.
that
Así,
she
señores, operada
has
significa
taken surgery,
que han confirmado que no
and
sido
they have
quirúrgica y
confirmed
una reparación vital espontánea de la
that
continuidad ósea. Luego
regarding
les
the
mostraré
bones,
la
well,
imagen.
I
Lo que
will
podría
show
ser
images
el
el
hombre
next.
laboratorio más
está unido y articulado a lo que debe entenderse
What
como
happened
columna
is,
vertebral.
what
El
we
dorso
understand
de las
is
manos
the spinal
están
cord, and
hacia
the
adelante,
doors of the
equilibrados
hands are
las manos y
tilted
los pies.
towards
Por eso se les llama
the front,
tridáctilos, con 3
and
falanges en
they
cada
have
una.
3
Cada dedo
phalanges
termina en una
and
garra.
3
Los
digits.
sapiens, como nosotros,
That's why we call them
nuestra uña está
pterodactyls.
sobre la
Homo
falange
sapiens, like
terminal.
this, the
En
nail
este caso,
is
la garra está
over
después de la
the
falange
last phalange.
terminal.
In
El cuello
this
es
case,
móvil,
it's
pero
after.
solo
The neck
lo es
is,
en un
they can
eje.
move it,
Es
but
decir,
only one
solo
axis.
pueden tener un
So they can
movimiento
only have
hacia arriba,
movement
hacia abajo,
up and down,
pero
but
no
not
disculpen, de un lado a otro,
from
pero
one
no
side
de
to the
arriba a
other.
abajo.
No,
Me estoy
from one
refiriendo a
side
la
to another, but not
articulación
up
de
and
la
down.
primera
I am
vértebra y el
referring
cráneo.
to the it's
El
joint
cuello,
from the first
además, es
vertebrae and the skull.
retráctil como
The
en
skull
toda
is
la
also
columna
retractile,
vertebral,
like the rest of the spinal
y
cord.
lo que llamamos
And what
abdomen.
we say,
La
what
zona del
called
cuello
an
no
abdomen.
hay
In
canal
the neck,
medular,
there is no
pero sí hay cordones
medular
nerviosos que
channel, but there is a nervous system
del tórax. Se
the
verifica la
thorax.
ausencia de
We can
mandíbula,
verify the
pero
absence
tienen
of a
una
jaw,
apertura
but they
ventilatoria
have
y otra de
a
alimentación. Existe
respiratory
una
hole,
apertura del
and
conducto
there's
ventilatorio
also a hole
alimenticio en
in
la parte
the
anterior del cráneo y que
anterior part
sale
of the
del
skull,
piso anterior de la base del cráneo
and it
hacia
goes
la zona
through
anterior del cuello.
the frontal
El cuello
parts
se
to the
vincula
anterior
con
part
el
of
piso
the neck.
medio del cráneo, no como nosotros, los sapiens, que
Unlike
lo tenemos
us,
en
the
el
Homo
piso posterior
sapiens that
de
have
la base del cráneo. Estos
the
seres
skull
siempre
in
fueron
the posterior
bípedos,
part of
es
it.
decir, evolutivamente no han
These
tenido
beings
como
were
esta línea de
always,
utilizar
they were always into legs,
sus
so
extremidades
they never
anteriores
use
para
their
movilizarse como
anterior
nosotros en
extremities
nuestra
to
evolución.
to move, unlike us
Las
in our
cuencas
evolution.
oculares no han sido
The eyes
manipuladas en
have
ninguna
not
de las
been
unidades biológicas. Las costillas tienen
manipulated in any
forma
way.
en arco de
The
C conformadas por tres
ribs
unidades, dos
are formed
laterales
by
y una al
3
centro,
units, 2 lateral and 1
articuladas. Las
in the
últimas
center,
dos costillas
articulated.
no
The
tienen la
last
parte
2
central,
ribs do not have
serían
the
las
central
costillas
parts,
flotantes
and those are
inferiores
the floating
cerca a donde
ribs
están las
that
zonas
are
de los
very
huevos.
close to the part where
En el
the eggs
vientre
are. In the
están
belly,
los huevos
there are the
en
eggs
diferente
in
estado
different
de
state
progresión gestacional.
of
Esta
development.
formación
This
sería lo más
formation would be
parecido
the most
a los
similar thing
ovovivíparos
to the
en su modalidad de
ovoviviparity
matrotropía, que
in
son
that
huevos
state,
que requieren un
and that
aporte
they are
complementario de
eggs
la
that
madre
would
a
need
través de vasos alimenticios. Y estos
supplement from the mother through blood
parten todos
vessels,
de un núcleo
and
placentario.
they all come
Esta
from
tomografía la
a
explicaré en
placentary
unos
nucleus,
segundos.
and I will explain this
La
tomography in some
paleogenética, una
seconds.
ciencia que
The,
está obligando a
the
reescribir la
paleogenetics
historia en
that
forma análoga,
has
como
been
cuando se tuvo que reescribir las
rewriting
fronteras de los
history
Estados Unidos, cuando apareció
when
la
it appeared
tecnología
the
del ADN
technology
para
of DNA
identificación.
for
La
identification it has
paleogenética,
changed
en este caso,
everything.
nos ha
The
determinado que no
paleogenetics
corresponde a
have
ninguna especie de
determined that it
nuestro
has
mundo
not
conocido. Es decir,
that this body does not
nosotros nos
belong to
parecemos más
any body
a una bacteria
of
que a estos seres.
the of
Se
any
puede
known
asegurar que
being.
vivieron en la Tierra.
To put it
No sabemos
frankly,
con certeza
we
el
are
motivo
more
de su
similar to a
desaparición,
bacteria
aunque
than
podemos
these beings
suponer
to
la
anything
hipótesis que
else.
no se pudieron
So
adaptar a nuestro mundo
we could say
conocido.
that
Para que
the
quede más
hypothesis
claro,
is that they just
son
couldn't
seres
adapt
de otro
to
mundo,
the current
pero me
world.
refiero al mundo,
We could say
me
that
refiero
they
al
are
mundo
beings from
que nos
other
han
worlds.
descrito los
But
paleontólogos,
I say I
antropólogos,
refer to another
arqueólogos.
world that the
Es el momento de
paleontologists and
replantear la
archaeologists
historia
have
tal como es,
told us.
y que
So
nuevos
it's time
profesionales
to
con calificaciones
reimagine
en
history
estas nuevas ciencias tengan a cargo.
regarding all of
Me
this
refiero a la
evidences that
paleogenética,
we have
a la
now
tomografía
found.
por
I'm
conteo de
referring to
fotones. Esto que
paleogenetics,
describiré con imágenes en
tomographies,
unos minutos
and what I
es
will
el
describe with images in
tremendo
some minutes
elemento
is
disruptivo
a
que
great
para
disruptive
muchos
element
profesionales,
that for a
incluso
lot
los
of
serios,
professionals, even the serious ones,
responderán
they
con
will respond
resistencia
with
y
resistance
negación.
and
Paso a presentar las
fear.
imágenes, por favor.
I will present the images, please.
La imagen.
The
Ese es el
image.
video.
That is the video.
Bien. Ahí ven
Good.
en las imágenes
There you
tienen
can see
unas
that the
flechas
images, they
que
have
están
arrows
eh,
that they are
indicando la zona
pointing
lateral
to the
del
lateral
arco
zone
anterior
of
de
the anterior
las
arc
costillas.
of the
Bien,
ribs.
dije que las costillas eran
You
tres
see,
partes,
the ribs, there
dos
are three
laterales y
parts,
una anterior.
two laterals
Es decir,
and
tienen costillas en
anterior.
toda
So
la
they have
zona
ribs
anterior.
in all the anterior parts.
Siguiente.
Next.
Si ven ahí las flechas
If you can see there,
verdes
the green
están
arrows,
señalando
they are
las costillas
signaling
flotantes.
the floating
Es decir,
ribs.
no tienen la
That
parte
means
anterior.
that
La
they do
flecha roja
not
que
have,
ustedes están viendo en
and
la
the
imagen
red
está señalando la
arrow that
ausencia
is
de
there,
la parte del
that
arco
signals the
anterior.
absence
¿Se
of
acuerdan en la
the
parte?
frontal arc of the ribs.
Absolutely incredible. And here where the ribs are
Lo que nos
circular,
queda de elementos nutricios complementarios que la madre da a los huevos. Pero tengo más ampliaciones sobre esto.
But I have
Se
more
van a sorprender.
amplification
Siguiente.
of this. You will be surprised.
Bien.
Next.
Ustedes
Okay,
van a ver ahí
so you can see
con
here
una
that
flecha
with
verde
a green arrow,
una introducción
you
al
see an
huevo
introduction to the
en
egg
forma de
with a
plexo.
form of plexus,
Van a ver en una
and you will
flecha
see in a
celeste
blue arrow
otra forma de un
another
vaso
form
tortuoso que
of
da
a
a correr por
tortuous
detrás de
vessel
este huevo
that goes
y dos flechas
in the
rojas
back
que
of
son
the
fragmentos
egg, and two
de-
red
de
arrows that
entrada
are
de
fragments
vasos
of
alimenticios hacia esos huevos. Quiero decirle que
alimentary
usted, si
tracts
usted
to those
abre
eggs. So if you open
ese cuerpo, se
that
va
body,
a deshacer como si fuera
it is going
una
to dissolve like
ceniza
if
de un
it was
cigarrillo.
a
Porque así de
cigarette,
desecado
because
están estas
that's how
estructuras,
decayed
así
the
de
structures are.
delicadas.
That's how
Siguiente
delicate
imagen.
they are. Next image.
Este es solo un
This
acercamiento
is
de lo
just
que ya expliqué.
zoom
Siguiente.
in to what I've just explained. Next one.
Esa es otra vista de
That
lo que
is
ya
another
expliqué.
view of what I've just explained.
Siguiente.
Next. context.
Esta es una
This
son
is
estructuras que se encuentran
structures
en
that
la
are
parte, en la
found in
superficie.
the
Son una especie de
surface.
cuerpos
This is some
verrucosos,
kind
pero
of
que no tienen nada de
bodies,
verrugas
but
por
they
ahora.
don't really have
Son estructuras que también han sido estudiadas. La
any
siguiente.
kind of bone tissue. They have
Este es el
already studied
estudio
them. Next one.
histológico
This is the
de,
histologic
que es
study
queratina, por eso es
that
que
is keratin.
se parece
That's why it looks
análogo
like
a un reptil.
like a
Siguiente.
reptile. Next.
Esos serían como los tamaños.
These are
Si
like
ven,
the
por-
sizes.
están
As you can
señaladas
see,
con
they are signaled
letras.
with
El más
letters.
grande sería
The
el
bigger
adulto, el
one would
intermedio,
be
el
the
joven,
adult,
y
the intermediate
los juveniles y los
would be
menores.
the juvenile and the
Pero
minors.
hay
But
también
there,
intermedios.
there's
Pero
also
esta es la clasificación
middle ones.
que en un
But this is
momento
the
les vamos a
classification that in a
decir
moment we
lo que
will tell you.
inicialmente pensamos. Siguiente.
But we have just come to with.
Le llamamos familia 1.
Next,
Siguiente.
we call it familia, well,
Familia
family
2.
1, family 2,
Y familia 3.
and family
En
3.
realidad la familia 3 eran
In
los
family
más
3,
adultos,
they are
los
the
intermedios
most
de la
adult
familia
ones,
1, que se denominó
the
como los
intermediates
más
from
juveniles.
the
Y la
family
familia
1,
3, si se dan
which
cuenta,
are
de
the
adultos tienen
family
una
1.
proyección
And
más
you can see that in the
indicadora
family
hacia el
3, they
centro.
have a more
Como podemos mostrar un
angular
caso,
projection
ahora
towards the
es adulto.
center.
Siguiente.
But, well, this is an adult one.
Esta es Victoria,
This
que
is
es adulta.
Victoria, who is an adult.
Y ven en la fúrcula, parte
And you can
interior,
see that
la
in the
punta,
interior part,
no
the
hay-
point,
no hay
there is
mucha proyección.
there isn't really a lot of
Y
projection.
vamos a ampliar la zona
We're
de
going to
Victoria.
zoom in to
Siguiente.
the Victoria zone.
Miren,
Look,
esta,
This
quizá para
is
el que no es
probably,
especialista no se da
so
cuenta,
maybe the
pero
specialists did
ahí
not
hay
know,
osificación
but there is bones
cirugía.
post
Es decir, no
surgery.
es que solo le sacaron, sino
It doesn't mean
lo
that they
unieron
just
por alguna
took
patología que tuviera
bones, but
y se ha
they also
osificado otra
put
vez.
them together
Siguiente.
because of some pathology that she had,
Bien,
and it
ahí
was
vemos en el cuello
attached together.
la parte roja que ven
We can
ustedes,
see that in the
¿no?
neck,
que
the red part
vamos a decir, baja por el cuello,
that goes
son
down
los
the
cordones
neck.
que van a
There are
formar
the
la
cords that
médula
will
espinal,
form
que comienza a
the
estructurarse
spinal
cuando hay un
cord
canal
that
raquídeo
will
que
start
comienza
to
en el
structure
tórax
when there's
y corre por el
a
cuerpo, en la zona
raquídeous
posterior.
channel
Siguiente.
in the posterior part. Next.
Esta, ahí
This
es la imagen difícil de ver.
this is
Pero
a
la
very
parte
hard image
de
to
un
see,
lado
but
donde no está la pinza, sino el
where
lado-
it's
el otro
not
lado,
to the opposite
ese
part
es
of where
parte del
the
cuello. Y un cuello que ya
panzers
estaba,
are.
ya estaba
This is
cortado.
the,
No
the,
hemos-
the neck. So
nadie del
that is
equipo ha
already
destruido
that was
nada.
already cut. No,
Se-
nobody
se-
from the
se
team has destroyed
fragmentó
anything.
un cuello que ya
So
estaba cortado
this neck was
para
already
hacer las
cut
muestras
to
de,
make
eh,
it.
ADN.
So we took DNA
Pero lo que
samples from
estoy,
there. But what I want
lo que estoy mostrando en una
to
pinza
show
sería
in
lo que
here
llamaríamos
is
una
what
vértebra.
we would call
Y
a
lo que está
vertebrae,
quedando visible medio más
and what is
amarillo sería un
showing,
cojinete
which is
intervertebral
more
para
yellow,
el cual
is
es
an
el cual que se extiende
intervertebrae
espontáneamente y por eso el cuerpo es retráctil.
stuff,
Siguiente.
and it expands, and that's why the body is retractile.
Bien, no sé si lo logran ver.
I don't know if you can
en la
see
figurita de
in
abajo,
the
muestro
figure
lo que sería
below.
una columna
I can show
vertebral
what
humana,
is a human
la,
spinal cord,
donde hay pues los
where
cuerpos
there's the
vertebrales y
the vertebral
los
bodies,
cojinetes
and
o los
the,
discos intervertebrales.
the discs,
Vamos a pasar
the
en el
intervertebral
cuerpo,
discs. So you can see that in the
en la
body,
imagen,
in the
es
image.
una
that is-
tomografía, pero
it's
que
a
está
tomography, but
dibujada.
it's
Se ven
drawn.
esos
You can see those
cuerpos
bodies
intervertebrales que en realidad son
that are in the vertebrae
cojinetes.
that are like
Y lo
the
que llamamos
discs.
esos delgaditos que
And
ustedes
what
ven
we
entre
call
los
those
cojinetes
thin ones
son
are,
las,
we can see between the
serían las
discs.
vértebras.
They would be the
Siguiente.
vertebrae. Next.
Bien. Felizmente ustedes el próximo año van a
So
tener
the
la
next
edición
year you
de ese
will
libro
have this,
que va a salir
the
primero
edition
para
of this
los
book
mexicanos estudiosos,
that
donde
will
resumen
be available
cerca de
first
las
to
miles de
the,
horas trabajadas
to
en su
the
hermoso
Mexican
país.
academics.
Pasemos a la siguiente presentación.
Let's go to the next presentation.
La siguiente.
Next one.
En el mismo USB hay otra
There
presentación.
in the USB, there's in the pen drive, there's
Miren,
another
les voy
presentation.
contando
Look,
que
I
lo que le voy a
will
mostrar
tell
es
you
que
that
la
what,
semana
what I
pasada
will show you is that
me-
the past week,
me dijeron si
I
quería
was told if
presenciar
I would want to
la-
give testimony,
un cuerpo nuevo
a new body,
y que ese cuerpo nuevo le iban a
and
tomar
that this new
una
body, they
tomografía.
would take a tomography
Así
of it.
que les
So,
comparto
I will
lo
share
que
with you
acabamos de ver,
what
que no
we've
está
just seen that is not,
investigado más que
it's not
lo
really
de la semana
researched
pasada. Bien,
more than what
vamos.
just happened
Siguiente.
last week.
Bien, ahí está.
Okay, so we
Esta
can
es
see
una fotografía.
there is a
Bien.
photography,
Vamos a ver otra.
so we can see another one,
Otra fotografía externa.
another
Bien.
external photography. Yes,
Más.
more.
La otra.
The other one.
Bien.
Good.
Suficiente. Ahora quiero
That's enough.
mostrarle
Now I
la
want to show
parte
you
tomográfica.
the tomographical
Bien.
part.
Por
Good.
favor,
Please.
voy a utilizar esa
I
misma
will
imagen,
use that very same image, but I will use arrows It's the same image, just so you don't get lost. Now, the next with the arrows. The yellow arrows would signal the superior part of the oropharyngeus part, and the red arrows would signal the inferior part of that same cavity. Remember, it's the same image, but we just put some arrows. Next one. Good. Now, in the small part that you can see there, we have zoomed in a square what you can see in smaller but bigger. What you can see is some eggs that have a differentiated structure because they are in different states of development, and in black and white you can see very good. And you can see that some arrows that I will use in the next image. Good. The arrows, I have them because I don't have any pointers, so that's why I use them. But the blue arrow that you can see there in the upper part would signal where all the this is dematotropy, and the other arrows signal how the blood vessels entered to the egg. Next one. There, that's it, apparently, right? No, there's no next one? All right. Then that is all. Thank you very much all for your attention, and thank you very much. I would like to apologize beforehand from the interpreters here.
Maestro, estos cuerpos
Master,
se pueden construir.
Mr. These bodies, are they...
No, pero digamos que yo quiero
I
hacer
mean,
uno.
if I wanted to make one, can I make one?
Hay tecnología.
You can't do that.
There's no one, because with all seriousness, I can tell you that we've really taken this to a lot of radiologists in my country, and they've told me, hey, and what if the AI could do these images, right? What if the AI could make this image? But we tell them it's, well, maybe, but the body that we're seeing, how can they do it? How can you do that? And we have seen the tomographies.
I heard you say that not even with $1 million, someone could build something like this.
Yes, why? Because when we make surgery, for the audience, I am also a surgeon, a plastic surgeon, so we make reconstruction. I've made a lot of hand surgery. I'm talking about last century. But there's always, you can see tomographically, the bone manipulation. It's very obvious. And there has always been a contention fragment that I've used for the surgery. And there's no trace of that in these.
All the people that are saying that this is built, because all over the world, they said that this case was solved, that it was demonstrated that these beings were made, they were manufactured.
Well, first of all, they extrapolated a doll that was very, very fake, very grotesquely fake. And in my theory, it's a very foolish extrapolation. It's not possible. No, it's not possible. So
whoever said that these are manufactured do not know what they are speaking about.
Yes, they are talking very unprofessionally. I'm not gonna say anything, but they want to make yellow press.
Here, I'm going to be a bit indiscreet. What happened to the bodies that the Ministry of Culture took away some weeks ago?
The Ministry of Culture sent them to the scientific research units of the nation, and because they don't have a tomography, they can't do tomography. They can only cut, open, break, and to then make chemical trials and to report that they are the salts that their equipment can handle. So they destroyed the bodies. Well, they can't do another thing, doctor. They are incapable of doing something else.
And why did they do that?
I suppose that within their own vision, that maybe they would want
biológica activa después de 1000 años
active
de desecación
biological matter after
completa, donde
thousands of years
bueno,
of desiccation.
digo, el público en
And
general no
you and
sabe
the
que
general
cuando
public know
una
that
materia
when
orgánica
an organic matter
se deseca y
is
pasan los años,
desiccated and
el
years
carbono,
pass,
el
the
chum
carbon,
es el carbono, oxígeno y hidrógeno
the chump,
que nos compone
the
nosotros.
carbon that
El
makes
carbono
us,
se puede quedar
the
como
carbon
parte
can
de
stay
compuestos
as
químicos
part of
en
chemical
la materia.
molecules
Pero
in
el
the
oxígeno
matter.
se va al aire.
But oxygen
Es
just
como
goes to the
oxígeno.
air.
Y el
It's
nitrógeno también
oxygen.
se va al aire.
And nitrogen also goes to
En
the
la
air.
mayoría de las
In the
estructuras,
majority
¿qué es lo
of
que va a pasar?
the structures,
Por supuesto, en la
that's what's
medida
going to
que tenga
happen.
más componentes
And if it has more components that
de sales, como
are
la
salts,
cáscara del huevo,
like
pues
the
más
eggshell,
carbonato de calcio
well,
encontrará.
more
¿Y podrían
salt
utilizar
there's
esos
going to be.
argumentos para decir que ya
And
demostraron
could they
que
use
son
these
falsos?
arguments to demonstrate that these are
Definitivamente
fake?
lo van a usar.
Definitely,
Pues van a
they're
usar,
going to
sí,
use that.
para decir que ya descubrieron que son muñecos.
And they're going to say that
No,
they
para
are
decir
dolls.
que son,
I
que
can
son
say
cuerpos,
that they are bodies
que no
that
han tenido
they
vida.
don't have life.
Pero yo he
But I
demostrado
have
que
demonstrated
la finura,
that
la finura
the fine,
anatómica que
the
estoy
fine
demostrando
anatomy that I'm
con
demonstrating
entrada de los huevos,
with the entrance of the eggs, the
eso
plexus,
es
that is
irrefutablemente que es
irrefutable,
vital.
and
O sea,
it's
los
vital.
cuerpos que usted investigó
So
son
you
reales.
say that the bodies that you
Completamente reales, no
investigated were
fabricados, y no
reals.
hay posible
Completely
inteligencia
real,
humana
not
que pueda-
fabricated,
O sea,
and
cualquier
there is
esfuerzo en
no
el sentido
possible human.
contrario
So any
es ocioso.
effort in the other on the other side is
Nos hace daño a
is
todos.
useless.
It damages all,
Particularmente nos hace daño a
because
todos.
it really does
Porque
damage
hace
to
que
us
nos-
all,
no
because it
avancemos
makes
en conjunto como seres
it
humanos.
avoids our
O sea,
development
en
as
ese
a
sentido, el
human
Ministerio de
society.
Cultura
So
está en-
the Ministry of
actuando en
Culture is
contra del pueblo
is
de Perú, no a
acting
favor.
against the people
Me
of
parece que no hay
Peru,
cultura ahí en
not
absoluto, ¿no? Porque
in the
debería
favor.
haber lo que
There's no
debería
culture
haber
in there
conversado el Ministerio de
at
Cultura de mi
all,
país es
because what I would have
decirle a la
thought is
universidad
that they
que es una
just
universidad
said
donde
that the
produce
university
investigación.
in which
Pero lo
the
que ha hecho
university
es
does
el
research,
procurador
but
del
what it's
Ministerio
done
de Cultura
well,
meterle un
is
proceso
that
de
they made
investigación a los
a
investigadores,
research
entonces no les
process
permite investigar.
to the researchers,
Bueno, así
so they don't
estamos
let
de
them research.
patas arriba, ¿no?
So we are
Parece que el
upside
tercer
down,
mundo nos-
right?
nos-
So
nos
it looks
jala.
like the third world is pulling us.
Muchas gracias, maestro.
Thanks a lot,
Gracias a todos.
mister.
Bueno, ahora el doctor Celestino
Well, now
Priotti,
we're having Dr. Celestino
quien
Priotti,
es, pues,
who is
uno
going
de
to
los
be
más grandes
having
investigadores
one of the greatest
antropólogos de
researchers that
Argentina.
we've had
Hay
in
especies que llevan
Argentina.
su nombre.
There's species that have his name,
Verdadero
a
científico,
true
solo científico,
scientist,
y nos va a hacer revelaciones
and he's going
extraordinarias.
to give us some
Adelante, doctor
revelations, some
Priotti.
extraordinary revelations.
Thank you very
Buenas
much.
tardes a todos.
Good afternoon to all.
Eh, voy a ser muy breve.
I will be very
en lo que
brief
voy
in
a
what I'm
contar,
about
voy a
to tell
relatar,
you and what I will
y
talk
luego,
about. And then
voy a
uh,
compartir con ustedes
I will
el
share with you the
resultado
results
de lo que yo
of
investigué
what I have
en
researched
estos
in
casos
these cases
de la momia de Nazca.
of the Nazca desiccated bodies.
Siempre quiero aclarar
I've always wanted to make clear
yo partí la investigación mía
that I
estrictamente
started
desde
this
el método
investigation of mine
científico aplicado
strictly
a
from
la
the
ciencia
scientific
médica.
method, from the scientific
O sea,
method
el
applied
método
to the
científico en
medical
donde yo no
sciences.
tengo ninguna
This
chance de
scientific method,
variar los
I did
resultados
not have
que
any
me dan,
chance to,
que
so
son
I have no
resultados
had
puramente
any chance to
matemáticos
change
y no
these
son
results
subjetivos,
because they're
ni que
purely
me gusten o
mathematical
no me
and they're
gusten,
not just and
simplemente
that's
me
subjective.
tengo que
It's not
acatar
because I
al
like them
método
or I don't.
científico.
I am simply following the
Entonces
scientific
recurrí
method.
a
So
radiografías de
I have
cráneo
used
de perfil,
cranium radiographies.
las amplié
I've
y
amplified them and
dentro de
introduced
ellas una
inside
serie
them
de
a
ángulos,
series of
de
angles,
triángulos,
of
de
triangles,
polígonos,
of polygons,
de rectas,
and of lines,
anteroposterior, etcétera, y las medí.
and I measured them.
El resultado me dio
The results were
una respuesta puramente
were
aritmética. Me
arithmetic.
dieron
They were
números.
purely arithmetic. They gave me numbers.
Luego de eso,
Now, after that,
fui a
I
medidas que yo tenía guardado de la
went to
época en que
measurements
presenté mi tesis
I
en el año
had
2001,
when in
en
2001
donde
I presented my
pude
thesis,
demostrar
where I was able to
que
demonstrate
existen una
that
serie de dimorfismos sexuales
there was a
distintos
series
en el
of
hombre y la mujer
dimorphisms
a partir de,
in the woman and in man and woman,
huesos, del húmero
starting
y
from
del
bones,
sacro,
depending
que son
from
distintos en el
the
hombre y en la
humerus
mujer.
and the
Entonces,
sacrum,
esos índices
different in the woman,
que
in the man and
yo
woman.
los tenía guardados de mi
So
tesis,
in
los comparé
those,
con estos
so from
y
those index that I
me
had in my
dio
thesis,
algo muy
I compared
curioso,
them
que
to
fue
these ones, And they gave me some very interesting results, which was that they were not completely inverse. They were very close to them. However, if we have a ladder where we want to add another ladder, the results of these beings gave me another one that I could add another ladder to the evolution ladder that of mankind. So I compare them as well with a theory of evolution that I made opposed to Darwin's, and that I called it the Guardian's theory in 1980, and it gave me the same results. After that, I was able to determine that even what kind of brain this kind of people would have. And I'm calling them people. Why? Because the final results of the final numerical results of this is that they're not individuals that come from the past or from the present. They're from the future. So it means that these two beings, Maria and these two 60-centimeter beings, should have existed in the future and not in the past 1,000 years ago or so. The scientific method cannot answer to me, therefore I cannot do it either. Why do they appear in the past and not the future when our actual human species is disappearing? Maria looks to be the last chain of humanity that evolves into another species, which means that Maria would have part of our human genetics and part of our different genetics. Meanwhile, the more shorter beings look like an evolution that should come after us, meaning that surely they should be our descendants. This is what I'm saying here. I'm not going to continue speaking. I want to think about this with me. That's it. Doctor Piotti. So what you're saying is that
to the future, we would probably, according to what we have discussed, in some 3 million of years, would you be able to be similar to this?
It's possible. You see, how could the earth be as against the man as a man, that these little beings looks so little that it doesn't really, it's kind of useless. It can't even walk. It can't even take stuff with its hands. Facing the world, if this world doesn't have a function, then what does it do? It develops the brain to be able to handle everything with the brain.
Even though they're small, they have proportionally bigger brain.
In proportion, they have a much bigger brain than we do, with proportion with our body. The smaller the body, the bigger the brain for them. You see, I made a projection of what is called the class polygon, which was a polygon used in 1950 in the Anthropology Society of Paris. He divided the cranium in 4 parts, the superior part and the frontal part, and made it and almost like falling back, almost like monkeys or the Australopithecus. However, what could be a lack of development in the frontal globe, it has it by the sides. It means that the sides of the brain have developed because they needed to grow more. They also give me a cerebral base, In the human being, it doesn't really change the base of the skull. And yet, it gives us a cavity in the hypophysis, which is much bigger than ours, which means that it has a great amount of hormonal activity. And it also gives us the back part of the skull, which gives us equilibrium. But these beings can't walk. These little feet cannot walk, and these hands cannot take stuff. So only with numerical angles and measurements, I can demonstrate, which is like why 1 + 1 is 2. It's not 4, it's not 5. With this numerical data, we can see how these beings change to survive.
Do you think that they have come from another place?
I think that following the theory of evolution from the man, about man, starting from the Australopithecus, I think it was a very interesting phenomenon 3,000 years ago, where suddenly from this Pithecus, they started to have a legacy of monkey sons and men. It wasn't that big of it should have been helped by someone that I call the beforehand being, who was so much more evolved, that gives him the human.
Well, this is revolutionary, doctor.
This is why the Pithecus shouldn't have evolved 3,000 years, 3,000 millions of years. We should have already disappeared. And this superior being gives genetics to these other
Apparently, there exists some kind of creation, of artificial creation.
No, not artificial creation. It's natural creation. Natural creation. It's the human species.
Somebody took it apart, this superior being.
I would say God.
Well, okay.
This superior being is sent by God. This being that has a genetic capacity that Pithecus doesn't have. And so it allows the Pithecus to give birth to monkeys, to monkey children, and yet also men. And
then there's this being that we will be in 3 million of years.
I don't know. I cannot answer because the scientific method does not allow me to go that far.
One last question. You commented me the first time that I talked with you that who said that these bodies were manufactured was a criminal.
Well, what I mean is the person who critiques without having a scientific method and without having any bit of knowledge to oppose this knowledge and create more science based on critique, based on the method they're presenting, then this person is extremely harmful, because not only do they not have knowledge, they also stop people from growing, from knowing, and the people who do know end up in wars. That's why we need to study, and that's why we need to study together.
Do you think it's important to research these beings?
I find it extremely important to study these biological beings who did not live, who are not alive, who will live. And we should know what kind of world we're living to these beings.
Thanks a lot. Well, now we'll continue with the Masters of ICA University, Dr. Roger Zuniga. who has led the research of this university the last 4 years, will have to make a very special recognition to Dr. Zúñiga. He has paid with his own money, from his own pocket, this research. He has gone to friends and he has done everything that's possible. And in change, he has received a very strong opposition, especially from the Ministry of Culture. And he is accused legally for doing this research. In this moment, the place where Maria Mummy is encountered is closed, and they are not allowing them to continue this research. Go ahead, doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. I have the great honor of participating in this event. Thanks to the invitation, the very kind invitation of the Deputy Sergio Gutiérrez Luna. I thank him and every member of the Congress and the people of Mexico that is giving us the opportunity to tell our truth. The same way I greet the two congressmen from my country that are right now, right here in this chamber. As Mr. Maussan said, this work, this job that we have done has been a very, very hard work with all the opposition and the limitations that has been and still are in my country. But before doing my presentation, I want to communicate to you the greeting, very intense, friendly, of the rector of the university, Dr. Jorge Moreno, rector of the university, who, in this moment, he is giving us all his support. And of course, the greetings of the vice rectors of the university council and the teachers of the university, the students of the university community, and from the people of Nazca and Palpa. So, receive all of you the greetings of all of them. And we received, could you put the image, please? We received the day 1st of August of 2019, 4 bodies, as they have already said, from a journalist who had the right to not give any information about their source. From this time, we started, of course, with incredulity, with skepticism, to realize the first research with the radiographic samples, thanks to the collaboration of a great medic, a great expert that all his life has dedicated to the radiography, and I am talking about Dr. Mendoza. These first images have given us as a result that these bodies had the potential of being real, and to make further research and going through our own researchers and the team of the university, right? We took to Lima this study to make the tomographies. And the readings of the lectures confirmed that they were authentic bodies. Good. Nevertheless, we received a series of criticisms. They told us that these bodies were armed, they were manufactured, that they had the head of a llama, that they had bones of birds and children, that it was basically a Frankenstein's monster. And so we went to the next phase of the the research. Could you please put the next image? Of all the superior parts and superficial of the body, we did not find any sign for them to be manipulated. There is no sutures, there is no junctures, there is nothing. The body is normal. The skin is completely real, right? And we noticed that the body was keratinized like reptiles. And we noticed that the head, elongated, as you can see, did not have ears. They didn't have hair. The eyes were way too big for the face. Nose was very small, a very small mouth too. And then on the structure of the body was completely thin, very, very thin, that culminated in 4 extremities with 3 digits, 3 fingers in every extremity. Could you please put the image? Good. This one is not good. Okay, so to discard the possibility that these bodies were manufactured, we took the samples after, you can see the skull, the head. We took the sample from the head, and then we noticed that at the moment of taking the sample out of the head to see if it was real or not, we saw something that was moving inside of the skull. And we thought to that window that you can see in the figure 3, right? And we found a body, a rare body that looked like it was encephalus. We took a small sample from it, and then we sent it to Mexico. That in the laboratories in Mexico have concluded that they are tissues that do not correspond to the human brain nor any other animal. We are trying to find which animal it could belong to. Good, you can go to the next slide. Similarly, we took the sample from the thorax part, from the right side, and you can see in the images, the image number 1, that cutting that part, you can find an organ, apparently a liver. You can see the color. It's also a sample. That one, we took a sample from that one, which is still analysis. And with this one, we noticed that these beings had encephalous matter and that they had internal organs. So the question is, what kind of person would take the initiative or the bravery to manufacture this kind of bodies with internal organs? It's not possible. All these organs would decay because of a lot of factors. On the right side, we also made some cuts. We took some samples, and these 3 samples from the head, from the thorax, and from the femur, we sent it to another university, a very prestigious university in Peru, the University of Engineering, that have very good equipment and facilities, to see if these elements or these samples belong to different beings. The results, the biochemical results, gave that the samples belonged to the same individual. This gives us the basis and the ground to say that these beings, to discard the hypothesis that these beings were manufactured. Similarly, we went to another specimen called Luisa. This specimen is characterized because she has eggs, unlike the other ones. We think that she was a female in reproduction, with voluminous belly, and that has been visualized. 3 objects that looked like an egg. And the oppositor said that they were stones that were introduced into the belly of the doll.
Para descartar
To
esta
discard this
posibilidad,
possibility,
igualmente
we also
hicimos una muestra,
took some samples.
tomamos las muestras,
We took the
primero
samples
hicimos
firstly,
un
and then we
agujero,
did
un
a
forado
hole
con
with
los aparatos que
the
utilizan
devices that
los
the
odontólogos.
odontologists
Sacamos la muestra,
use.
ahí pueden
We
ver
took the
ustedes,
samples, and you
está
can
bien
see
abultada.
that
Sacamos las muestras y
we took the
enviamos
samples and
igualmente
we sent
a la Universidad de Ingeniería para
to
ver
the engineering
si
university to
efectivamente se
see if
trataba,
they were
¿no?,
effectively
de elementos
elements
no,
that
animales, ¿no?
weren't organic
Entonces,
or animal. So
igualmente, los
similarly,
análisis
the
nos han dado
analysis that
como
the results
resultado de que se
that we're
trata,
giving
¿no?,
say
de
that these
elemento
are
biológico.
biological
Así que
elements.
descartado
So
completamente de que sean,
discarded
pues,
completely
huevos.
the hypothesis that
Ahí
they
pueden ver
are
en la figura, en la
stones,
imagen
rocks,
2,
and
¿no?,
they are eggs.
la,
You can see in the second
la
image
radiografía que
the
se tomó
radiography that was
con esa
taken of the
incrustación,
X-rays.
con
In
con esa aguja,
this incrustation with that
de
needle,
inyectable, ¿no?, introducida en
injectable,
la parte
that was introduced in the
huevo, en este caso.
in the
Bien,
egg,
otra imagen.
as you can see. Another image.
Ahí pueden ver ustedes
There you can see
la imagen
the
frontal
image, the frontal image
de los
of
huevos y
the
también
eggs, and
la
also
imagen
a lateral image of the eggs.
lateral, diríamos, ¿no? Bien, ahí pueden ver
And there you can
ustedes
see
incluso una especie
even
de,
some kind of
una especie de,
some kind of
de una fibra o no sé,
fiber or something
que estomacal
that,
que sostiene los huevos.
that is in
¿no?
the belly that
Pase la
sustains
imagen.
or gives base to the eggs. Next image.
Ahí podemos nosotros observar
And there you can also observe
claramente
very clearly some
una lectura tomográfica. Y cuando
tomographic
se hizo
reading.
el corte
And
tomográfico,
when
se ha
the
encontrado
tomographic
en
cut
los
was
huevos
made, we found in
embriones.
the
Pueden
eggs
ustedes ver
actual
en esas figuras, ¿no?,
fetus
embriones. Es decir, estaba en,
and embryos.
en
Like
pleno
it was,
proceso de reproducción
it was
al momento,
in
¿no?,
full
de su muerte.
reproductive development at the
Puede
moment
pasar
of
la imagen.
of
Ahí
its
tenemos
death.
a
There we have
Victoria sentada, es
who is sitting down.
el espécimen decapitado.
The specimen
Ahí tenemos la
is
tomografía.
headless, and we have the
Pero ¿para
tomography.
qué trato de
But
mostrar
what I'm
esto?
trying to
Para una
demonstrate
situación
is
muy
this:
especial,
for
muy,
a very special
muy,
situation and very
¿qué diría?
what can I say? Surprising.
Vamos a pasar a la otra imagen.
We'll go to
Ahí
the next
puede ver
image.
un ser.
Here you
Ese
can
es un
see a
tejido
being. This is
wari.
a wari
Wari es una
textile.
sociedad andina
The
peruana
wari is a
que
Andean
corresponde al
Peruvian
horizonte
society
medio.
that
Es una
lives in
ciudad,
the
ha sido una
medium
sociedad
horizon. And
expansiva,
it's a society
una sociedad
that
imperialista.
it's very
Y,
imperialistic.
En la
And
iconografía de
in
esta,
the iconography
de esta
of
cultura,
this culture,
que es wari, hay
that
un
is a
tejido,
wari,
una
it's
vincha
a
que
textile
tenía el
that
vaquero,
had
le tomé la
that they
foto.
had
Ahí
and that
pueden
I
ver
took a photo of. There you can see that this being is
un
tridactyle.
personaje con los ojos un poco desorbitados,
It has very big
con la
eyes
cabeza que pareciera
with a head that
que
looks
tuviera dolor.
like
Tenemos
it's in pain.
las manos
We have the hands,
levantadas, flexionadas en V,
they have up and in a
y
V
se
position,
encuentra en
and
cuclillas. Pero lo
it
más
is sitting
curioso de
down.
esto es
But the
que
most curious thing is that apparently
la cloaca está abierta y hay un
the
objeto que está
cloac
cayendo
cloac is
insinuaría
open,
ser
and it looks
un-
like an object
una
is
criatura.
falling, which looks like a
Un ser.
creature, a being.
Igualmente ven ustedes en el estómago,
You can even
¿no?,
see in the stomach
hay una
there
apariencia de
is
huevo.
something
Es
that
decir,
looks like an egg,
Esto nos demostraría
which would
que estos
demonstrate
seres
that these beings
eran
were
seres que se reproducían
beings
mediante
that
huevo, y como ya
reproduced
dijeron,
through the egg,
eran seres
and they were
ovovivíparos, es decir,
beings that
la-
were
la
that
cría se,
gave birth to the egg,
se desarrollaba
but
en el vientre,
inside
eclosionaba
the
en el
belly,
vientre, y luego
it was
salía
developed inside the belly,
vivo los
and
seres.
it hatched inside the
Hay
belly,
una imagen, la
and
imagen
the living things
2 también
they just come out.
es un tejido chimú.
Now
las
here,
mismas
this is a
características
different
de este tejido.
textile with the same
Yeah.
characteristics of this textile.
Ahí no se ve las
Here,
imágenes,
for
lo
some
que quería
reason, you
era
can see the
mostrarles
images.
ahí,
What I
¿no?
wanted to show you
Bueno,
was
Las
will detect
imágenes
so.
anteriores no se
But
está viendo bien.
the
Lo que quería
these
decirles a
images, what I
ustedes
wanted to say,
es
because
que
it's not
las
being
hembras
shown,
tienen una
that the
placa,
females
¿no?
have
En el
a
pecho,
plate
una placa
in
pectoral.
the
Lamentablemente no se ve las
in
figuras.
the chest.
Esta placa metálica
This metallic
tiene una
plate
situación
has
muy
a
excepcional.
very interesting situation.
¿Por qué?
Because
Porque todas las hembras
all the
tienen
females
estas.
have
Yo no sé por qué
these.
razón.
I don't know why.
Nosotros hicimos
We
igualmente
made
el corte, sacamos
a
una muestra
cut.
de
We took a
estos,
sample from
de este mineral,
this mineral.
enviamos a la
We sent it
Universidad de
to
Ingeniería,
the engineering
que es una
university,
universidad que tiene
which is a
mucha
university that
experiencia
has a
y
lot of
bastante
experience and a lot of
trabajos realizados
work done,
equipos de alta
and they
definición,
have
de alta
very high
de
fidelity
alta precisión,
equipment,
con la que se hizo las muestras
and
y se
that
descubrió
the
tres
studies were made in
minerales.
these, and
Una,
3 minerals
el
were
cobre,
discovered. One,
segundo, el
copper,
estaño. Eso nos
from
demuestra
estaño.
de que ellos
And this shows that
fabricaban
they
el
made
bronce.
the
Y
bronze,
luego
and
un
then
tercer elemento
a third
que
element,
viene a ser
which is
el osmio.
the osmium.
El osmio,
The osmium,
saben ustedes que ha sido descubierto
you know, that has been already
en
that has been discovered
1803.
in
De
1803.
práctica
This
hasta la era de las
practice until
comunicaciones.
the era of communications, right?
El osmio
The
es un
osmium is
mineral
a
carísimo,
mineral which is very
escasísimo en el
expensive
mundo,
and very, very rare in the world.
y
And
es imposible
it's
de
impossible
que un vaquero, cualquier
that
persona,
any
haya
person
utilizado el
was able
osmio
to use
para
osmium
falsificar,
to
¿no?
falsify
un muñeco,
this
un artefacto
doll
de esta
or any
naturaleza.
artifact of this nature.
¿Por qué? Porque
Why? Because
su consecución es demasiadamente
its composition is very,
difícil.
it's very, very, very hard to get, and it's extremely
Además,
expensive.
el artefacto que
And the
tienen estos
artifact
seres
that have these
el
beings
pecho,
have in the chest,
tienen un conjunto de
right?
filamentos
They
internos,
have
son
some
dos,
series of internal
láminas
fibers,
paralelas.
and they have two parallel plates.
Hay una serie de,
There's a series of
¿qué le digo?
what
Una
can I
especie
say,
de,
some sort
de
of
circuitos
circuits
que nos hace parecer de que era
that looks like
un artefacto muy
it's
especial.
a
Yo
very
le
special
pregunté
artifact. And I asked
al analista de
to the analyst
este
of
mineral,
this mineral,
y decía,
and
¿para
he
qué
said,
servía este
for
artefacto?
what
Me dijo,
this artifact, I asked
mínimamente,
what this was
¿no?
for, and he said,
Para localización,
probably for the
si no es de
localization,
comunicación.
if not,
Bien,
communication.
el tiempo me ha ganado.
So,
Tenemos un
well, the time
conjunto
has
de
gotten over me,
evidencias,
and we have
iconográficas, no
a
solamente
bunch
en el
of
Perú,
iconographical
en América, en
evidence,
el
not even
mundo,
in Peru, not
que,
only in Peru, but in the rest of
bueno, pues,
America,
representan
that
estos
represent
seres
these beings,
tridáctilos con
these
las
tridactyl
características
beings,
que
with
tienen
the characteristics
estos
that
seres que
have
se
these
encuentran
beings
en
that
la
are, that
universidad.
are in the
Muchísimas
university.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Doctor Roger Zúñiga,
Dr.
es claro
Roger
que
Zúñiga,
para
it's
usted ya
very
no
clear
existe
that to
ninguna
you,
duda
there's no doubt
de que estos cuerpos son absolutamente
that these
reales.
bodies are absolutely
Sí,
real.
completamente,
Yes, absolutely.
estamos seguros, no
We are
solamente yo,
sure, not only
sino
I,
los
but
11,
the 11
profesores que nos hemos dedicado a la investigación,
teachers that have been
y la
dedicated to
mayoría de
this
ellos son
research,
médicos,
and
que
the
dan
vast
fe
majority
de la
of them
vencida.
are medics,
traído
and they vow for their veracity.
A esta reunión,
And
la
I brought to
declaración
this meeting
escrita
the written
de los
declaration
11
statement of the
investigadores de la
11
universidad,
researchers of the
una
university,
declaración
a statement
para que
that
sepa el mundo
for
de
the
que
world to
estamos
know
frente
that
a
we
un
are
conjunto de
in
seres
front of a
completamente
bunch
reales.
of very real
Pedimos a la
beings,
comunidad
and we ask
científica
the
mundial,
scientific,
a las
the global scientific
universidades,
community, the
a
universities,
científicos particulares
the
que se sumen
particular or private
a este proceso de investigación
scientists to take
para
part
llegar
of
a la
this
verdad.
research
Y
process to
asimismo,
get to
a
the
todos los
truth,
detractores
and also
que nos
to all
demuestren con
all
evidencias
of those who are in a
de que estos
position
cuerpos
to
son
demonstrate with evidence that these
decir,
bodies are
So
falsified.
you say that you're opening the doors of the university to any other university in the world that is capable of being doing this research?
To
La
anyone and with
universidad
open
es
arms,
pequeña, modesta,
even if
pero
the
de gran
university is
corazón,
small and
si
modest,
se quiere
with
saber
a
la
great
verdad,
heart. If
mucho
they want to
gusto.
know the truth,
Ahora,
va a hacer entrega
I'm going to hand in to the deputy, Sergio, this statement so that it can be shared to the world.
Gracias, doctor. Recibo de usted y de la
Thanks, doctor.
Universidad
I receive from
Nacional
you
San
and
Luis Gonzaga,
from the
ICA
National University
del
San Luis
Perú,
Gonzaga, ICA
este
from Peru,
pronunciamiento que habla
this
sobre
declaration
las
that speaks about
momias, llamadas momias, son
the
seres desecados, ya se dijo,
desiccated bodies
está
from Nazca.
firmado
It's
y
signed
sellado por las autoridades
by
de la
these
universidad.
authorities, by these university authorities.
Y próximamente nosotros los estaremos
And,
visitando. Vamos a
and
animarnos a
soon enough,
visitarlos por ahí.
we'll be able to
Muchas
visit
gracias.
them. Thank you very much, doctor.
One last, Dr. Zúñiga, one last question. You don't just open the university to the academic institutions. Does it exist any kind of solicitude to the people or to the institutions that want to support with economical resources? Because you really work with a really tight budget. So would it help that the people that
it would be so helpful. It would be so helpful to furthering knowledge.
How can they contact you? Can you give us some email?
Well, yeah, here I have a card.
No, you just say it, please.
Okay, so my mail is Roger Sua.
Perdón. Roger Sua.
Roger Sua 16, 18 at gmail.com.
Roger Sua 1618 @gmail.com.
Exactamente. Bien, muchísimas gracias.
Muchas gracias a usted.
Thank you.
Bueno, quiero aquí presentar, vamos a continuar con los académicos, nada más una carta.
We're going to continue with the academics here, this letter, because here the Polytechnical Institute here in Mexico has joined this investigation, has tried to participate, and they made us to speak this favor of analyzing the metal at from this female whose name is Clara, and they analyzed the metal in her chest. I will present to you now the results. The results from the Dr. Mesa, doctor in science, who is one of the doctors in the Polytechnical Institute, and who verifies this research. And so I also requested the Master Fernando Estrada to present here. Please, go ahead.
The day 25 of October of the current year, there was an analysis of a study in the IPN's facilities to one of the non-human bodies. The analyzed plate is made in its majority by silver, and it has traces of other metals. That opens up two theories. Firstly, metallurgical theory. The silver is a metal that in ancient times was very hard to get. And if we're talking about an age of 1,000 years, it's very hard to think about highly pure silver, which indicates that one, it must have been realized by an intelligent being. Two, it would have need to have done with technology that would be beyond any kind of technology that from back then. Three, the fact that there's a plate inside of these beings, it would imply a very advanced technological function, apart from its new uses. There has been traces of silicium, which, in conjunction with the silver, could open up the hypothesis of a technological implementation of a living thing, because silicium forms an important part of different living things. Silicium helps the equilibrium of the mineralization of the bones, and it has an important role in the texture of the skin and the formation of cells and the metabolism. Second, theory of technological development. 1,000 years ago, there was vestiges of silver, native silver, and it was almost impossible to find silver with that high pureness. And it is very, very, very hard to find gold parts of that pureness of that age. And it's usually found in alloys of copper and gold. But in this case, we do not have these metals. It's basically pure silver, which opens up the theory of technological development, because the fact that there are these very peculiar characteristics in these vestiges is not something very common in the planet. And maybe the silver also had another use, not just in like a human use, like technological or any other kind of use of that sort. There's also chloride of silver, and this would speak of that this is really not something terrestrial or human that contains it, because that would cause a very strong intoxication. The silver is not something that has anti-oxidating properties like the titanium. Silver is a metal that when produces chlorides, it produces oxides, and it cannot remain inside the organism from Earth, because it would have from Earth. Also, silver is a very, very powerful electrical conductor, and it has been discovered that it's the best natural conductor that exists. Electrical conductive metal.
Well, I think that it didn't come out there, but the level of purity of this silver is 99%, which is basically unknown in nature, and as such, it should have been made or fabricated by intelligent beings. Now we will go on with the Dr. Edgar Martin Hernandez from the ICA University, who will speak to us about one of the bodies which we will in one moment to present, which is the body of Maria. Well, good night to everybody. I want to thank the Deputy Sergio Gutierrez Luna because of this invitation. The one who speaks to you is a member of the ICA University research team. I have some slides, if you can please present them. I must say that the reason I come from is a region where multiple cultures we even had the Nazca, which made cranial perforations, which is where the Nazca culture came with the lines of Nazca, with their extremely interesting architectural features. We found prehistoric creatures. We've even recently found an exemplar of a whale called Perucetus colossus. This whale is considered the biggest whale that has ever existed in this planet. Next slide, please. So I'll start first with one of the pseudoscientists' argument that these bodies are made, that these feet were fabricated when you remove a feet or a finger, then it shows. You can see in these holes. Any anatomical expert, any radiologist is able to see these holes. We've done some examples, an almost ladder-like, and the arrows point to where the bones are missing. Next one, please. We see another hand, and we see when we subtract these fingers, they leave a mark. We can see their steps that are missing. This is why it's impossible to do this procedure and show that they are pterodactyls. Now, I'm going to take into account, I'm going to show you the exam that we have made upon the cranium of Maria. This specimen has two parts, her cranium is divided into two, which is the face and the cranium. We have measured the volume of these two parts. We found differences in an average human adult. We can see that the likelihood is 1 to 1. For this, we've done the same formulas that any kind of academic knows. However, in this calculum of diameter and longitude and all of that, we've found that it has. We've calculated that these dimensions, which we've done using craniometry, we've used craniometric points. But as you can see in this image, the image has two dimensions, which are in the green lines, which are dimensions. We can see the longitude, we can see how it goes from the base of the cranium to the top. And as for the face, we can see a dimension that goes from front to back, and one that goes from top to bottom, that goes from the jaw to the base. We have other two dimensions. We would need a third one to be able to properly measure. However, we can see the biparietal cranium, and this is how we can see that these calculus that we have made they have this formula. It has helped us determine that this cranium of Maria is like across 1,900 cubic centimeters. The same way, we have now a third dimension. Now we have a volume of 1,575.79 cubic centimeters. Now, comparing these dimensions, we can see that in the case of the desiccated body of Maria, the proportion of the face and the cranium is 1 to 1.3. In the human, in an average, it's male human, it's 1 to 1. The difference, like of around 30% cubic centimeters. There is around 30% of 30% more of brain mass in cubic centimeters. I'm not saying it. I'm not just saying it. Here's the evidence. Next slide. Now we can also see that this specimen, Maria, has a strong positioning of the jaw because it was very, very in the front. We have also calculated that they have seen to the front that this angle is of 108.4 degrees. When in a normal human, it's not that. It's just 82 degrees. We can see that this is an extremely reclined angle. They had a protrusion, a maxillar protrusion. This is not very frequent in humans. It's very rare. It means that the entire maxillar was very projected to the front. In the same way, in our jawline, we have a very projected jawline that ends in an almost V. In a normal human, it's 80 degrees. However, here it's 90.4 degrees. It's extremely high. Maria had a very marked jaw protrusion. It's a very rare find in a human. But here we can see now is that she had a big maxillar protrusion and a big jaw protrusion. If finding one or the other was rare, finding both at the same time is just so much more rare. This is not normal in a human. In this image, we can see too that she had this projection. This is a 3D reconstruction. Please, next slide. However, we can also detect that she had a very extreme ocular protrusion. She had her ocular globes were protruding to the front. We can also notice that these ocular globes were projected in the front, at the front of this line. If this is made of like 95% of liquids and it's a desiccated body, then this ocular globe must have been very compressed. We assume that the facial image of Maria could have been like the one we show in the image. This image shows the normal location of an ocular globe inside this line. We've also made a characterization of the spinal at the level of the spine. We can at the thorax level, we found a T2, a T7, a T11, 12. We found these ribs. We've also found that we have found one less vertebrae. We have 4. However, this is not a normal thing for humans. We have a lot of different features to Maria. Next, please. We've also made an analysis about the uvula-dental region. We found very interesting stuff. Here you can see that the first odontogram made of Maria. She had 32 teeth like any human. However, she lost around 4. No, she lost 6. She lost 6 teeth, and she still had remnant radicular teeth 4. She had lost a lot of her frontal teeth. They were missing. We also observed that she had a strong teeth decay. We can see in the jaw zone the loss of 3 dental pieces. However, we can still see some homogeneity in the bone residue. Here the question was, who did it? How did they do it? Why did they do it? And with which tools? We've done some calculations about the age of Maria using some, according to this system of Broadwell, she had around 33 to 45 years. We've also did through a coronal suture through this system. We've also estimated that her age was around 35 to 40 years. Now, at the feet level, we can see the bones that make up the torso. We can see a perfect harmony with the bones from the metatarsus. In the first images we showed, we saw that if you extract the bones from the feet, they leave holes, they leave protuberances. And yet here we see a perfect anatomical harmony. And yet, at the level of the feet, we have 4 phalanges, and this is not normal in a human. Now, something a lot more strange is the way of the of the calcaneum bone. We have a strong back prominence, which helps us to stay upright and even incline a little bit backwards. However, Maria's bone, you can see that she did not have the protuberance. She did not. It was completely circular. It makes us think that Maria could not stay upright as we could. She probably inclined to the front. However, we don't have a lot of time to speak about these chest implants, but we all know that they have osmium. They have already said that. So please, next one. To finish this presentation, I'm going to put this phrase, which is before an extraordinary hypothesis, we need extraordinary evidence too. And so we, as a research team, we do believe we have them. This is a stone. This is a stone carved that exists in Menú. It exists in the Wano Museum. We see an image crossing of a human hand and a pterodactyl hand.
Experts, please, just said all the differences. There's a lot of similitudes with human beings, a lot of differences. Yes, exactly. There's a lot of differences, and we can think that Maria is a hybrid, and that this specimen has characteristics from one species and from another one. This is a hybrid, technically. Their bones were very robust. Yes, very robust. For example, there's a lot of differences that I could not mention. For example, at the arm level, there was a separation of 21 millimeters between the radius and the cubit, which is not usual in humans. This looks more like a gorilla arm, and we've made anatomical comparisons, and it looks like a gorilla. How can we explain a hybrid being in the past, because it's thousands of years old? Yes, precisely. It's something that's very inexplicable to today, because there's something that's very inexplicable to this date. Thank you a lot. Well, we continue with Irwin Zúñiga, please, also from the Ica University. Good evening, everyone. I also want to thank everyone to have invited me and for me to being able to take part of the preliminary studies that we've done up to the date. Now, in the screen, I don't want to be repetitive, and also time is upon us. I really want to talk about the procedures of the how we take samples from the specimens. As they have already said, in the university we have some specimens, this is Albert, where we took some samples from 3 parts of the body, from the head, from the thorax, and from the extremities. To later, we make a correlation to see if they were really manufactured bodies or not. Next. During the process, we used some materials and equipment, like here we're using some implant motor that is designed to work in bones, not in teeth, not in stone, just in bones, to make surgery in bones. We aided on that to take tissue in block, just like an epithelial tissue or bone tissue. Next, from the 3 regions that I mentioned, during that procedure, we got the surprise that getting a block out of the thorax, that would be like a segment of the abdominal thorax, because it's joint, we found that the species looked some kind of organ that had a position, that had the position, texture, and color of a liver. It could be a liver, and we were surprised to find it in a pretty good state of conservation, taking into account that this is a desiccated specimen from over 1,000 years ago. Next. I also want to say that, well, we saw microscopically one of the finger bones that had a fracture to see the composition of the finger. And if we can see the image on the left, we can see that they have really, really small pieces. And imagine the fingers are really small, and they're very delicate, and it was fractured. But we can see in the image at the right the composition that it has. It has an envolture that would be the epithelial tissue or the muscular tissue that is signaled in the yellow arrow that surrounds the bone, that has the structure of a long bone, like the blue arrow signals, and the red arrow signals to the bone marrow, which is the center part of the bone. Next, this also indicates that this is specimen. These are biological specimens, and we also took some samples from the other specimen, which is called Josefina. It has the same similarities, but has a particularity because, as I have said before, the specimen had some strange objects in the belly that looked like eggs. Next. So we took the samples to send them to the National University of Engineering for them to be analyzed. Next, we're going to go a little bit faster. So we took from 3 parts, from the head, from the thorax, and from the extremities. Next. And next, here. The oppositors said that these were stones that were put in there in the specimens to make them look like they were eggs. So we decided to use the same equipment and devices that was designed only to be worked in bones, not in teeth or stone. But and we could make holes, one of the eggs and another one of the eggs with some resistance, but we could do it. In the video, we can see that we could make the hole, that egg, about 50 millimeters. The egg a little bit more in the upper part and in the left part of the specimen. We also did the perforation, and we noticed that that one did not offer so much resistance. That meant that in the same specimen, it had 3 objects that we could say that they're eggs that had different densities. This was also sent to the National Engineering University for its evaluation. Next, the specimen. Well, here we can see a 3D reconstruction so that you can see better how these eggs are within the specimen. We took samples from 2 of these eggs, and you can also see here the distinct density that these eggs have, different densities that they have amongst themselves, because they're in different states of development. Next one. Another particularity of this specimen is that it has a metallic plate. They have already made the studies. It was also sent to the engineering university. Next. Next, there. This is a tomography that could not be seen to have the ubication of the localization of the chest. Now, the cuts that were made in different directions, where we can see that this plate is not dense, is not compact. It has a structure. It has a hollow structure in the center, which is very interesting. That over 1,000 years old, they could make this kind of plates. Now, the experts, that are the metallurgic experts in the university, they were really surprised about a lot of things. And they will probably have the occasion with their own authority, to explain it better, because I'm just mentioning it. But really woke my interest is that the sample of this metal plate in this central part, at the moment of taking off, as we can see in the left side image, signaled with a red arrow, there's a space that left when we took off the plate, and in the other with blue arrows, we can see that the bone tissues were attached to this plate. This makes me suppose that there's some kind of biointegration, which means that nowadays, with our technological development and medicine, we can incorporate non-biological elements and inorganic elements within a living organism, and we can make it to integrate, like the teeth implants to repair or to replace a tooth. But this is done through another discipline, and it doesn't attach to the bone from one day to the next. It takes some months, and they fuse to this metallic structure, but to a cellular level, which this process is called osseointegration or bone integration. The green arrows signal the bone that is attached to that metallic structure that should be a teeth implant that is made of titanium. And it has been extracted, this metal has been extracted from the living organism, and it has been taken from with parts of bone. We can see that there's a lot of bone, of like soft bone, and we can see that the other two inferior green arrows, you can see bones, harder bones that have been fused to the bone, to that metal. This is in human examples with teeth implants. This is what happens, and the same happens to this osmium plate. So that means that these specimens were alive, and in the time that the plate was put into them, and that an integration process and a fusing process took place when they were still alive, so that the plate fused to the bone. Thanks a lot. This is what I can talk to you about until now.
Irving, this analysis, do they prove that this metal was put there by a very advanced technology, by someone who knew what they were doing?
As I said, recently in this season, for this millennia, we can do that. We put them with different ends to repair, or even in other countries, they're putting chips. And for that, in that time that we're talking about more than 1,000 years ago, it had to be a species that firstly, it had to be alive for that fusing process to take place, because it's not attached. And the other one is that these beings had to have superior intelligence for that to work.
The osmium is toxic. It generates irritation if one breathes it in. We bleed by the nose. It affects our lungs. How can you put osmium in that area?
Metallurgically, I really can't give you my opinion. Metallurgical engineers will give that opinion. But what I know is that there's a lot of metal structures that with the treatment, with modern technologies, we can avoid that stuff. Like with copper, they're using copper as antibacterial.
Is there any doubt about the authenticity of these bodies, about their legitimacy, that they were organic beings?
About the authenticity, until now, the research team, all of the trials that we've done, they reaffirm that these are authentic beings. There is a doubt about a lot of things, like this, what we're finding. The new findings that we need more research to come to a conclusion. We're making more studies, and according to our limitations, because we're very conscious, we really know that Peru, as a third world country, we don't really have the technology to make further research. But when we do more research, we found more stuff that they keep surprising us. And I am really surprised by the expositions of a lot of the doctors that have passed before me, that I'm just meeting in this forum. And I'm really surprised from a scientific standpoint from their studies. I'm really surprised. And I'm learning every day more about this. Like we haven't spoken about this before, because there are doctors from other countries, and they have studied all of this by their own. For example, what you showed about another metal that they found that was mostly silver, that according to the video is toxic. So every day we are finding more surprising stuff, and obviously this requires a more thorough research, and that's why Dr. Roger has done the invitation to all the institutions of the world to take part of this research, and we can make more thorough investigations.
Thanks a lot, doctor. Well, I don't know if we're already connected with Ica in Peru. Are we connected? Okay, we're connected. Okay, let's go with the reporter Joyce Mantilla. Thanks a lot, Jaime. Good night to everybody, to all the audience at the Mexican Parliament, to the deputy Sergio Gutiérrez Lure, to you, Jaime, to the entire team at Tercer Milenio that have made possible this audience. Thanks a lot for this invitation. I am transmitting from Ica, from the San Luis Gonzaga University, this place where the so-called NASCAR mummies, these desiccated bodies, are being kept. And here with me is the head of the university, the Dr. Jorge Moreno, who I will welcome here. Hello, doctor. Good night. Good night. Good night to everybody. I'm going to greet all of the people over there, the very good deputy Sergio Gutiérrez Luna, and the investigator Jaime Maussan, and the entire scientific community that may be listening to us. What did you think about after this whole process was made null by the Ministry of Culture? This whole of all these obstacles in our place. Now that the world knows about this, all these results that were shown, what comes after? I think that the next step is that let us to finally research, to finally look into this, that we may have the freedom to continue our research that we had already started some time ago, but that we may not suffer persecution, and that our efforts are recognized. And because the public ministry may have the certainty that this is an anomalous situation. I think that this institution needs access to be able to have real investigation. These are not human beings. This didn't belong to the group of humans who belong to Earth. So now the doors are open so that investigators from other universities may come to this university. The doors are open. The doors are open. We have our doors are open. We welcome anyone, any other. And we hope they may all come to investigate. Thanks a lot, doctor. Now, we also have here, on behalf of our head of university, there's also other universities of Peru that are also interested to be able to have this kind of. This is the Dr. Maruska Malpartida. She's a criminalistic expert. Good night.
Very good evening, Flores. Thank you very much for your invitation. I thank God for being able to be here. I also thank the Deputy Sergio Gutiérrez Luna for the invitation. And well, I'm gonna. Yes, so she made a very exhaustive analysis this night that is shining. to the eyes of the world. And now we're going to go to one of the most impressive studies. That is, she's also head of the university in Cusco. Thank you very much, Joyce. I will do it very briefly. It's very ample, but this is just a little part of everything that we've been able to see. In Maria's case, the most important things that we have found are mainly at the level at the maxillofacial level. Here I'm going to show in screen a sagittal cut. We can clearly observe a normal cortex in a human being. It's very proportional, symmetric, singularity that we can see in Maria. And something that is also very interesting in the sagittal cortex is the widthness is so much thicker. It's like 2 or 3 times thicker. It's so much thicker. This in a human, like a human that would have 2 meters 20 would have a skull that thick. As a standard, no, it's an element to have into account. In the morphology, the form of the skull that has Maria, and Maria has, if we put the theory of different things that we have used to do different forms, it's pretty leveled. So it's pretty close to a natural state. So it was not modified culturally nor modified in any case. No, because of the irregularity of the skull. There's no entrances. There's no entries. So it's a very thin entrance. Here, for example, another thing that is very interesting is the shape and the size of the orbits. It's very marked in the case of Maria. In this image, where it's the orbits, we can observe the size in 44 millimeters, which is 35 millimeters is the average. In a big human head, this is way too much for a human. So for the archaeologists and professionals of the scientific community that say that these eyes have been ampled with some tools, well, we can see that there is a symmetry that is very proportional and uniform across the whole contour, and there's no place for there to have been any kind of modification. So you coincide with Professor Hernandez. Yes, correctly. This image and the other images radiographically, X-rays, they don't show any kind of irregularity or structural alterations that would show signs of manipulation. Okay, next. This is interesting. Here, we're going to talk rapidly about the mouth and the teeth. We've also, Dr. Hernandez has also talked about this. We have very prominent decay, especially in the superior part, in the part that is in the top. It has very traumatic injuries. So this decayed body had some kind of habit or used this anterior part as a tool, but with very tough things. So it's very it's very decayed and very. So it's for the amount of food that it ingested. We would think that they would have like about 4 to 5 food ingestion periods a day, and very hard ones. Especially if we can see that there is a very prominent friction in the teeth, so we can conclude that they have used the teeth as a tool. We can also observe the biprotrusion, the maxillary biprotrusion, because these both maxillars are protruding towards the front. That are part of the development of regarding the habit, because they have an anterior chewing. Now, now we also did Maria an odontogram, so they studied their teeth. And according with the blue The blue marks are the pieces that she has lost. In life, she has had her whole 32 dental pieces. She has very visible losses in the whole dental context. There's also something that catches our attention, and it's a loss at the level of the jaw, the posterior pieces, and the other ones. Here we can also see something very marked. Firstly, we can see the marks of friction that is very continuous. This friction is very marked, but here in the jaw part, we can see that there have been the losses of a lot of molars. What does this mean? Probably Maria had a dentist. So we are in front of two professionals of two different universities of Peru that are coming to the same conclusion. It's very probable that Maria had some kind of intervention from somebody else, which would be some kind of dentist of the time, because the borders are very uniform and very well done. It's there's a lot of fine scars. So any kind of scientists from Japan or Russia or any other part of the world, they have a similar, but they come to a similar conclusion from those that you have come here. Yes.
Yeah.
That give us a configuration about the characterization of sex in the cranium. This is what the anthropologists use to define characteristics. Perfect in the school. The first two images that we see correspond to the feminine, and the last two correspond to a masculine. In the first images, if we make the comparison to Maria's skull, in the part of the protuberance, we can see here that the development is almost imperceptible, and if I wanted to give a zoom, there would be it would be like an intermediate point between feminine and masculine. Now, in another context, we can also see the development of the mastoid process, which is very wide and big. So without the human considerations, so we can see that the orbits. This is on top. This is on top of the eyes. It does not correspond to anything of human. It's very plain. It's very marked. There is a development which I have put a point, which is a point 4. From my point of view, and the public suddenly coincides that it doesn't fit any kind of these morphological characteristics. It's very robust. Here, she also has a more masculine characteristics. Now, talking about the hands and the teeth, I will probably not be able to say this because there's more professionals, but the hands of Maria, they're very long. There doesn't exist apparently any kind of manipulation. At the level of the feet, there's an X-ray from one of Maria's feet, and we can say uniformity. Like in the other side, if we wanted to mutilate a normal foot, there would be a loss of this bone, and there would be a protrusion of this particular bone, which is marked in red. And we can see that it is in Maria, it's perfectly uniform, and it attaches perfectly. There is no manipulation at all. Another detail is the part about at the end of the fingers. We see some marks, pretty big marks that we usually do not find in a human body. Within the conclusions, there is no morphological alteration in the orbits. They're all regular. The orbits measure 40% more than the standard. There is no mutilation. There is no any signs of mutilations with the hands or the feet. The hands are very regular. There's no alterations. This mummy has a lot of masculine characteristics because of the protuberances and its traits. Like it even goes beyond the masculine standards. It's very robust. Now, something else. How do you feel about taking part in this research? We have a lot of material. This is just the beginning, and we have a lot more of trials that and a lot of results that unfortunately we will not be able to share because of time. Now, I want to thank you very much to Dr. Anosta, and also to inform the public that in the previous audience, a lot of public media used the version of a forensic archaeologist that said that the culture ministry or that the medicine department of the public ministry determined that the desiccated bodies were fake. They are not based in any report. It's just the words of that survey. And thanks to the intervention of other people, because they're very interested in this case, we have found this documented. We've gotten hands in a document that is going to be signed by Mr. Estrada. And we've just made a written report, and the images can see a head, some fragmented articulations, and what could be a brain mass. These documents have been signed by Mr. Estrada, and this has been enabled by the law of transparency. But what he has are the bodies of objects that we're not trying to present just in case. We're presenting with proofs, with consciousness, and with the aid of specialists like the doctor over here. And what we are presenting in the Mexican Congress, and from the side of those who don't research, they hide the evidence. They don't make reports. This is a report that doesn't even have any photos of the samples. There isn't any reports from any laboratory. Like, it just I want you to know that we also have an institution. We have formed an institution that is called a research institution that will promote this kind of research and promote the free access to the information and promote this information and more research of this kind, of this nature. Thank you a lot to all the public that is following us in Mexico, and thank you a lot. Very good night here from the University San Luis Gonzaga.
Thanks a lot, Joyce. Thank you. Now we are just missing two presentators. The biologist Ricardo Rangel, with a truly extraordinary discovery by analyzing the DNA of Maria. Go ahead, Ricardo. He's an expert in biology.
Thank you, Jaime. Very good night, very good afternoon, and nights to everyone. Honorable members of the Chamber of Deputies, honorable members of the Presidium, representatives of the public media, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your presence. Once again, I am here voluntarily to present my testimony and interpretation of the analysis of the DNA sequences obtained from an organism identified as 0003, colloquially known as Maria. As documented evidence presented earlier in this public hearing shows, tissue samples were taken from this organism for carbon-14 dating by UNAM, revealing an approximate age of around 700 years. The gold standard for analyzing ancient DNA molecules and their sequencing is next-generation sequencing, or NGS technology. This technology enables parallel amplification of millions of sequences from DNA fragments obtained from ancient samples. It is important to emphasize that generic material obtained from ancient tissues is likely to be degraded and may also be contaminated with DNA from microorganisms or individuals who handle the specimen without the necessary precautions. Therefore, such factors should be considered when interpreting the results. The tissue sample obtained from Maria's aunt bone, identified as GS ancient 0003, underwent DNA isolation protocol and subsequent mass sequencing using an Illumina device. Subsequently, the sequencing results were entered into the public platform of the Sequence Read Archive of the National Center of Biotechnology Information of the U.S. National Library of Medicine, or the NCBI. The results obtained were as follows. From the massive sequencing, 647,789,366 read sequences were obtained, which each read sequence consisting of 150 nucleotides. These read sequences were automatically input into the SRA tool, which produced the following phylogenetic construction that we can observe in the first slide. As you can see, out of the 647 million of sequences, we were able to identify 97.38% of the sequences, and just 2.62% of the read sequences could not be matched with the gene banks known living organisms. In other words, approximately 16,000 read sequences, 16 million read sequences did not correspond to known living organisms up to this point. They did not coincide with any known living thing to this point. Of these identified 97.38% of read sequences, a small percentage corresponds to DNA from microorganisms that contaminated the sample or are part of the skin microbiota, accounting 2.13% of the read sequences isolated from the sample, from this specimen, by the name of Maria. Therefore, the remaining 95.25% corresponds to DNA from tissue obtained from the organism in question. As you can see, there is a descending distribution in the identified percentages as we move away from the ancestral lineages in the phylogenetic tree, with the lowest percentage being identified at the genus and species level. In other words, the Sequence Read Archive tool successfully identifies a significant portion of the genetic composition of the organism in question. What is particularly striking and noteworthy in the final result is that 30.22% of the read sequences are identified with the human genome, Homo sapiens, but also include an anomalous taxonomic branch of the Pan genus, accounting for 3.03% of the read sequences obtained from the studied organism. As you can observe in the slide 2, which is a video, to delve further into this result, a corona analysis was performed, which presents the percentage of the read sequences in a pie chart format. In this new diagram, you can observe the representation of the Pan genus percentage, along with two hidden elements hovering, and when hovering the cursor over these hidden elements and double-clicking, we can reveal the additional information. Surprisingly, the newly revealed information corresponds to read sequences identified in two species of apes, specifically Pan troglodytes and Pan paniscus, or the chimpanzee and the bonobo, respectively. Both of these species are sister species. I've been asked for time issues to shorten a little bit my speech, but what I want to conclude is basically that this organism contains sequences of two apes that come from Africa. That is very weird. And it's a proportion that is very similar, approximately a 15% of it. This speaks, or this tells us that this effectively, we are talking about a hybrid, and the comparisons exist. In the next slide, we can also observe that there are experiments in which there has been, we have been able to compare cells that have been hybrided between Homo sapiens and chimpanzee, which have been done in different universities, where these hybrid cells have been obtained in an artificial manner, in a non-natural way. So it's very important that we can have the way to generate evidence that allow us to clarify how these elements have been generated, because it doesn't exist until the moment. How over 1,000 years ago, how hybrid organisms could get here, apes from hybrids from apes that are from Africa, and hybrid with Homo sapiens. And we have a very large percentage of readings that are not identified, that could give place to the pterodactyl presence that has been delved into very profoundly. So this is with which I conclude my participation.
So we're speaking about a hybrid being here.
That's right.
Was he made?
Everything points to the fact that, as it was presented in the last slide, the distribution of these read sequences correspond to an artificial hybridization process, just like modern science has been able to replicate, to make hybrid cells between apes and cells.
So we're speaking about two types of monkey.
That's right. Dr. Eugene McCarthy is an expert in hybridization, and he talks about the possibility that these two species could generate hybrids. It's very possible that a hybrid of these two species was used along with that of the human being to make this organism that we've been studying.
So there were 4 elements: 2 monkeys, the chimpanzee, the bonobo, then the human being, and then a third element, which is
and a third unknown element that we have seen.
So it's not a simple hybridization.
No, it's a very complex hybridization, and that must have been generated
artificial. How do you make this kind of hybrid artificial?
That is something that I think it's the most important thing about this kind of meetings, to invite, to motivate all the researchers. This is what should unite us, and not the war. This kind of questions, because we have a challenge, a very important challenge to solve.
What you're revealing is transcendental.
It's very important, Jaime.
We can see a being that looks like a human, but it's not human, that has a lot of human characteristics, and yet a lot of that don't. That's tridactyl. The fingers are enormous. The fingertips are different. They have monkey bones.
Yes, that's right. Actually, as we have just heard also, the measures could look like a masculine genre. But we should make comparisons between these.
So it's not Maria, it's Mario?
It could be a possibility.
I think this is a very important discovery. We have a hybrid being. We have other beings that are apparently more advanced than we are, that have more capacity than we have, that are shorter than us. We are in the face of something extraordinary.
That's right, and why I reiterate to the scientific community to not criticize without having studied all these elements. I think it's very important that we have the possibility and the open mind to be able to make a more thorough research.
Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Ricardo.
Thank you.
Well, now to close, so we had a bit of advancing. We're going to present this new species. this being that
me mandaron un video,
they sent me a video.
yo fui allá,
I went
lo
there.
pude obtener
I could obtain
para
it
entregárselo a la
to
Universidad de
deliver it to the ICA
Esa fue la
University.
única razón.
This was
Porque-
the only.
¿Cuál? Daniel Mendoza.
Oh, Daniel Mendoza.
Pues,
Oh,
perdón.
I'm sorry.
Entonces, pues obtuvimos
We
este set
obtained this being
para entregárselo a la
to
universidad.
deliver it to the ICA University, otherwise it could have been lost.
Creo que
And I
la
think
verdad, la
that,
primera vez que vi este
truthfully, the first time I saw this
me
being,
pareció
it
demasiado.
seemed
O sea,
too much,
después de
even
haber
to me.
presentado los dos
I mean,
seres
even after presenting these
habíamos
other two beings to
generado
me
tal
and that we've
controversia,
generated such
yo dije,
controversy,
cuando se presente
I
este,
thought when
pues
we
va a ser aún
present this
mayor
one, it's
porque
going
sus
to be an even
características
bigger
son aún más
polemic
extrañas
because its characteristics
que
are
las
even
de cualquiera.
stranger
Entonces,
than
estamos
the ones
hablando
we've shown
ya
before.
de una tercera especie.
So we're speaking about a possible third
Decidimos
species
llevarlo
here.
entonces junto
We've
al
decided
doctor
to take it
Zúñiga
then to the
a un
Dr.
laboratorio de rayos X con el
Zúñiga to the
doctor
X-ray,
Mendoza.
to
Y
an
él,
X-ray with Dr.
realizó,
Mendoza.
y le voy a pedir al doctor Mendoza
And so I'm going to
por
ask
favor,
Dr.
nos
Mendoza
explique,
to please explain to us
los resultados de los rayos
the
X
results
que
of
hizo
these
en su
X-rays.
propio laboratorio. Adelante, doctor.
Please go ahead, Dr. Mendoza.
Señor Sergio Gutiérrez Luna,
Mr. Sergio Gutiérrez
diputado
Luna,
federal de
Deputy,
México,
Federal Deputy,
distinguidos y honorables,
distinguished and
congresistas de
honorable
mi país,
members of the Congress,
soy Jaime Musa,
Mr. Jaime Musan,
distinguida concurrencia,
distinguished audience,
durante plena
for
COVID-19,
during the middle of the pandemic,
solicitaron mis
I was
servicios
solicited
para tomar e
to
interpretar
interpret
dentro de mis limitaciones,
within my limitations,
al tomar radiografías en unos
take
especímenes
X-rays
desconocidos.
from these unknown
Yo les
specimens.
tomé
I took
y traté de interpretar.
and tried to
Pueden
interpret,
pasar el primer diapositivo.
and we can show the first slide.
Las primeras imágenes.
Please, the first images.
Bueno,
Well,
esta
this
es prácticamente la última,
this is practically the
la
last,
que está diciendo el doctor Maussan.
the one that Dr.
Es un
Nausan is
espécimen
saying.
desconocido
This is an unknown specimen
que tiene
that
una
has
cabeza
a
pequeña,
head, a small head,
una columna cervical,
a cervical
pequeña,
column, a small cervical
su
column,
columna
its
cervical
spine,
dorsal,
its
su
cervical
pelvis, y
dorsal
unos cuerpos extraños
spine, and its
en la cavidad
pelvis,
pelviana.
and it has some strange
Unos
cavities.
apéndices
It
en la
has
parte dorsal,
some weird
cervico dorsal,
appendix.
que parecen que son aletas,
They look like fins,
y indudablemente los huesos largos
indubitably.
presentan al
These
centro
large
una
bones
imagen
present at the
radiolúcida
center
que
some
corresponde a la médula ósea.
correspond to an
Ustedes saben
extremely strange
que la médula ósea
osseum,
es la
osseum
fábrica de
marrow,
los
bone
elementos
marrow.
figurados de la sangre,
You know that
los
the bone marrow
productores
is,
de los eritrocitos que van a formar los
we can
glóbulos
show
rojos.
that these
Indudablemente, este
red
espécimen
globals,
ha sido un ser
this one,
biológico
this
que ha
was a
vivido
biological being that
con
was
toda
alive.
seguridad.
With all certainty, I can say that.
Por otro lado,
On the other
esas
hand,
extremidades tienen
these
articulaciones
extremities have joints,
y
and
puedo ver desde acá
I can see from
que
here
tienen 3 dedos también.
that they have 3 fingers. They are
Este es el
tridactyl.
último espécimen
This is the last specimen
que llevaron a
that they
mi
took
estudio.
to my
Ahí lo tienen
study.
ustedes.
You can see it
Es un
here.
espécimen que ha vivido,
It's a
ser biológico.
strange, it's a biological being. It was alive.
Pueden distinguir ustedes en los
You
huesos
can
largos,
distinguish
la
by
parte
the large
central, que es la
bones, by the
medular,
central
y
part, by
las
the
partes
medular part.
corticales bien definidas
You can
de
see
los
all
huesos.
these well-defined bones
Y esos cuerpos extraños
and this weird
que
body
ya por las tomografías han dicho
that
que
was taken by
corresponden a huevos,
the tomography,
pero
that they look like
yo
like look like
solamente viendo
eggs.
las
But
radiografías simples
just seeing the
puedo decir que
radiography,
ahí
I
hay
can
unos cuerpos extraños,
I can say that there's
radioopacos,
some
de
strange
formas
radio pack
ovoides,
beings.
de contornos
They
bien
look
definidos,
ovoid,
nada más.
but I can define them.
Hasta ahí.
And That's it.
El otro diapositivo para comenzar, creo.
I mean, we can change the next slide to start another thing.
Ese es el espécimen que me
This is a
llevaron,
specimen that they took to
y
me,
del cual yo
and
le
the one
tomé
I
las
was
radiografías.
examining, the one I took
Yo
radiographies from.
solamente me voy a concretar a las radiografías, nada
I'm
más
just going
que
to
tomó,
I'm going to stay at the radiography that I took, at the X-rays
porque
that I
ya
took,
han abordado
because
los temas
the rest
morfológicos
of the
externos.
scientists here have already tackled the morphological subjects.
Pueden pasar diapositiva.
Can you change to the next slide, please?
Este es el
This
título
is
de
the
mi
title
moción que traigo a consideración de todos ustedes.
of the thing I bring to your
Estudios
consideration.
radiográficos
These are the radiological studies,
convencionales
conventional,
de
of
especies
unknown specimens
desconocidas del sur del
desiccated
Perú.
from the south of Peru.
Ese es el cargo que tengo. Yo soy médico
That's my charge. I am a
jubilado, ex profesor de la
radiologist,
Facultad de Medicina
medic
de la
from
Universidad San Luis Gonzaga de Ica.
from the University of San Luis Gonzaga at
Segunda
Ica.
diapositiva.
Next slide,
Esta es
please.
una vista panorámica
Now we
de
can
un
see
espécimen
here a
en cuerpo
panoramic
entero.
view
La
of a
radiografía
specimen.
de Luisa,
This is
bautizada
the X-ray
por
of
sus
Luisa,
descubridores. Aquí podemos
named
ver
that
la
way by
cabeza,
her discoverers.
el tronco,
We can see the
que está
head,
prácticamente unido
thorax.
con el abdomen y
We
la,
can
y
see
la
the
pelvis.
way that
Es un segmento
everything.
anatómico tóraco abdomino pelviano
We can see this
y el
block
segmento
of
del cuello, el
concrete,
hombro y las
this-
extremidades superiores.
this
De
shoulder,
esta
this
parte,
bone, this hip.
siempre nosotros
In this part,
tomamos radiografía
we
de
always
frente y
take
lateral.
front
La
and
izquierda es la
lateral
radiografía de frente y
X-rays.
el costado es la vista lateral.
You can
Desde
see
aquí
the
nomás
two
podemos
views.
ver
From
que es
here,
un cráneo pequeño,
we can only see that it's a small cranium.
alargado.
It's elongated,
Ese cráneo
and that
está
cranium
dividido
is divided
en dos partes
in
fundamentales.
two fundamental
La
parts,
bóveda y
the
la
bow-
base craneal.
the
La bóveda,
bolt and the
ustedes
cranium
pueden ver
base.
que está formada por la tabla externa y
The
la tabla
bolt, you can
interna,
see that
y
it's
entre la tabla
formed
externa y
by
la tabla interna
the
hay
two
una imagen
tables.
radiolúcida
You can see
que es
this
la médula. O sea, viendo
radiolucent
solamente
image.
el cráneo,
Just seeing the
podemos
cranium,
decir
we can
que
say
esto,
that
este
this
espécimen ha sido
specimen
correspondido a un ser biológico.
had corresponded
Puede
to a
pasar
biological
nosotros
being. Can you please
para-
go on to the
ahí
next?
está el
Thank you.
segmento de cabeza
Now you can see this.
La
You can
bóveda
see the head, the
y la
bolt,
base del cráneo.
the bolt,
Entre
and the
la
base.
bóveda, lo que le decía era la tabla,
Between the
la tabla
bolt,
externa y la
you
tabla
can
interna.
see the
Y la
external
base
and the
del
internal
cráneo
table,
subdividida en el piso
and the
anterior,
base you can
piso
divide
medio
it
y
between
piso
the
posterior.
lower floor, the
Lo
middle
que me
floor,
llama
and
la
the upper
atención
floor.
es que en
The
el
thing that
piso
calls
medio,
my attention,
donde
Tom,
normalmente
is that in
existe
the
la silla
lower
turca,
in the
no lo
lower
vemos. No existe
floor,
silla
where there
turca.
normally is the
Sin embargo, en
Turkish
el macizo
seat, there is nothing.
maxilofacial
However, in the maxillofacial
existe una
axis,
prominencia
there
en
exists
forma de
a
pico
prominence in an
y una
almost
cavidad
beak-like way, and a
orofaríngea.
cavity oropharyngeal.
Debajo de la bóveda craneana se
Below
pueden ver,
this
insinuar
bolt,
las
we
circunvalaciones
can
cerebrales
insinuate this.
que están impregnadas en
We
la
can
tabla interna
insinuate
del cerebro.
these protuberances
Podemos
from the
ver, pasar después
brain.
al segmento
We can
cervical.
now pass on
Usted
to the
ve
next.
las vértebras bien definidas,
These vertebrae are very well
sostenidas por
defined.
los espacios intervertebrales
They are
que
sustained by the
corresponden
intervertebrate
actualmente a los
spaces
discos
that
intervertebrales.
correspond to the
Otro diapositivo.
vertebrate discs.
En el cemento tóraco abdomino
In
pelviano
this,
podemos
in
ver
the
las
thorax
costillas
concrete, we can see the
que
ribs
son
that are
horizontalizadas,
horizontalized,
que parten de la columna,
that
y
part
todo
from the
este
column,
segmento anatómico
and
tiene el aspecto de un
all of
tonel,
this looks
porque
like
las costillas están
like a tonal,
horizontalizadas, desde
because
arriba
the
hacia
ribs
la parte inferior,
are sized
y en
from
la parte superior,
up
en el
to the
pecho,
middle part. In the upper part, in the chest, we can see this weird metallic artifact, these discs joined by these. In the shoulder, we can see the scapula, we can see the collarbone. In the humerus, we can watch that the arrow is well defined. We continue with the elbow that and then comes into the radio, and we don't see any cubic. There's just bone. We pass on to the next element, please. The hands, we can see they have 3 fingers, only 3 fingers. They're quite well consolidated. It has 3 fingers. If you'll allow me the time, just some minutes. In the lower members, we can see just 1 bone. That the homologous corresponds to the tibia, but there's nothing more. We can see 3 fingers again. Next slide, please. In conclusion, in this specimen, in these lower and upper elements, we can see that it was a biological being. This is Albert. It has the same characteristics in the system as Luisa. We can also say that this corresponded to a living being, a biological being. Please, next slide. This is Albert's head. It's the base, it's the neck. Please, next slide. It also has a thorax segment. We can also see that it's similar to the last one. Next slide, please. It also has 3 fingers. Next slide, please. It also has 3 toes. 3 toes. And it has extremely long fingers. Next slide, please. This is another specimen. This is Victoria. She is beheaded. She has extremely long bones. Well, you can also see it. It was a living being. Next slide, please. You can see this specimen named Maria, that you've already spoken about her. She has extremely big head. Part of her neck and her longer extremities, and finish at the column. Next slide, please. We can also see this in the column. We can see D4, D7, and D1. We can see injuries. We can infer that this specimen had inflammatory disease, and within these inflammatory diseases, the one we see the most in modern life is tuberculosis. Next slide, please. Her toes, her feet, her 3 toes, and each toe has 3 phalanges. You can see the joints, we can see the injuries, these radiolucent injuries, probably a consequence of inflammatory problems. Next slide, please. To finish, I want to show you these X-rays. This patient from modern times, about 70, 80, they took me to this service, this X-ray service, when I was a lady that had at least 40 years. went to an external consult, and the medic that was observing her, took her, and she only had 3 fingers. And I took her X-rays, and we can compare this woman, this 40-year-old woman, X-rays, and compare it to these beings. And she, however, she had the radius and the cubit. This is a modern X-ray taken in the 70s or 80s. Thanks, everybody.
We also conclude the authenticity of the bodies. There's no doubt.
No, it's to my look. They look natural to me.
About the last body, what can you say about it?
It also seems natural to me.
It's also natural. But it's very weird. It doesn't have lungs, and it just has one spinal cord.
It's an unknown specimen.
Well, here on Earth, there are salamanders that don't have lungs and they have ribs. Would it be something similar?
Probably.
Probably the rest. We're talking about a new species then.
Most likely.
Right. Thank you very much.
Gracias, señor Maussan. A continuación,
Thank you, Mr. Maussan. Next, the deputy will give the conclusions, please. The deputy Gutierrez Luna.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to everyone. We've concluded, I think, with a lot of success, this second audience about the anomalous phenomena. I want to thank all the opponents that accompany us from various parts of the world, from Peru, and from the context that we've been analyzing, discussing, debating since the first public audience 2 months ago. And there is a name that, we have. Jaime Maussan. I really ask for an applause for Jaime Maussan, who has done everything. This is the house of the people. You will always be welcome here. All the ideas, all the proposals, for them to be debated, to be heard, to be in agreement or not. That's the nature of the Chamber of Deputies. Thank you a lot to everyone. Good night.
I'm on mute. That was a very interesting second hearing, and there were some differences between the first one that we received and this one. Obviously, in this case, we received a lot more scientists and researchers. We got biologists, radiologists, a criminalistic expert, researchers, scientists, forensic scientists. We even got a Mexican singer as well to add to that little mix. We also got a Peruvian lawyer as well, and someone that worked for the Mexican air traffic control. So it was a big batch of a lot of people. And in this case, they weren't necessarily sharing experiences. Yes, Jesus Angel, the Mexican air traffic controller, did. But as for the rest of them, they were providing data. They were saying, based off of my research, I found this, this, and this. And if you noticed, almost all of them, if not all of them, stated this is not multiple things created into one. This is one entity. We're not saying it's extraterrestrial, but it's definitely non-human. And I think that was one big takeaway from a handful. But Jimmy, what about yourself? There were a few moments that you were showing some pretty strong facial expressions. What was your overall take on this hearing?
Well, I love data, and I love the woo, but I need the science. For me personally, I need the science to support the woo. And certainly we got a big dose of black and white today. We got a lot of stats. images, and you're right though. The overarching presentation was that these were not manufactured. That's it. So they did their best. It was very compelling. It was a very strong presentation to put that part of the debate and the argument to bed, right? And I think they did a very effective presentation. There are going to be those out there that or this isn't good enough, and there's going to be others out there that are going, what? Wow. So there is that. There were many moments where I was stopped in my tracks, and the heel bone part was fascinating. The jaw structure was fascinating. The thickness of the skulls compared to humans was fascinating. The DNA evidence and that part of the presentation was extremely compelling. And I mean, overall, and then we get to the idea presented here that 1,000 years ago, okay, now I'm going to circle back to this 1,000 year number is important. But that 1,000 years ago, hybrid chimps and hybrid apes were created, right? Not today, 1,000 years ago, were created and then combined with human DNA. Now, if I understood the presentation correctly, and I believe that I did, that is insanity. Okay, this is 1,000 years ago. And what was said was that, we can sort of do this today, but it's still an experimental phase. What we clearly have here is a hybrid chimp, hybrid ape from Africa, by the way. These mummies are from Peru, from Africa, and then combined with humans. That was pretty crazy. And then there was one other point where I was completely blown away, and that was that the chest plate was not solid, right? That it was hollow and made of one of the rarest metals on Earth, number one, and number two, that it was created 1,000 years ago. That's pretty bizarre. And then the third part of that was that the human or the tissue had fused with it. And they used an example of a titanium screw from dentures, right? And how bone fuses with the titanium screw. And they're showing the metal plate and how it had fused 1,000 years ago, right, with the metal and the tissue from the mummy. That's and so what there's so much more to go into here, but even if we just stop right there, I made a comment. Now, I watched most of the presentation full screen. Okay, so I wasn't watching the chat room or anything. I was so into what I was seeing there. So I was watching everything full screen. But when I did jump back into the chat, I had this thought pop in my head. We have all of these universities in Central and South America that are looking into this. Now we need to bring in, obviously, more independent research. But we need Harvard, we need Johns Hopkins, we need Stanford, and different laboratories across the United States and the world to go ahead and get tissue samples, do their own CT scans, do their own X-rays, and see what conclusions that they can come to. And I think that's where we are at. It was a very compelling presentation. The whole world can watch this. And for those scientists out there, those biologists, those anthropologists, And even physicists, right? And because we're talking about metals and elements and things, to go and do their own lab testing and see what the data presents. And I think that's where we are today, Cristina. Very compelling.
When it comes to the university aspect, there were some name bombs, one of them being the Inca University, to the point where they even interviewed the president of the university to talk about it. And I felt that was very compelling because he is putting his reputation and the university's reputation on the line to comment on it. He didn't have to do that, but he did. And I think like that was very significant. Of course, we got all of these interesting scientists and those with pretty heavy credentials behind them to comment, but to have a university president, that's a whole different ballgame. Why? Well, because one, universities, there's a different kind of entity that you're dealing with. So I found that compelling. But more on a different note is, there was one person in particular that wasn't following the thought process of everyone else. All the other scientists were saying it's about 1,000 or so years old. It's from Peru, and then we heard some stating, well, it might be a hybrid with a chimpanzee and a bono, one of those monkeys, right? But then we heard from one scientist from Argentina by the name of Dr. Celestino Piotti. I love that last name, by the way. And he says, nope, they're from the future. Using scientific method, they're from the future. And I was like, I don't think those two things fit in the same sentence. That's interesting. I want to understand why you think that. And then Jaime asks, okay, well, why do you think this? And he says, well, scientific method doesn't allow me to go any further. So I'm just going to stop talking and digest what I just said. And I was like, okay. That was a turn for the books. It really was. But he did make a really fantastic point that other scientists didn't, but that it needs to be mentioned. And he said, if you don't use scientific method and you just make an opinion based off of what you see but without doing any tests, it's very dangerous to society, because then with the words that you put out, it's going to affect how other people react to it if they want to conduct their own research. And that was something that I was like, yes, I'm so happy you're mentioning that, because words do have a lot of power. And I when he had mentioned, it's us, it's aliens, I think it was us from the future, I believe what he said. I giggled a little bit because I saw your reaction. You almost fell out of your chair.
Well,
so I giggled a little bit.
Well, listen, it's because Piotti, and I think I jumped in and I forget exactly what I said at that moment about him, but he was a scientist just presenting the science, and the science showed him, and he brought up Darwin. And so he said, he didn't necessarily say, he didn't mean like from the future, like time travel. What he was suggesting was this was a species that we humans may eventually evolve into, right? So that's, and to say that, to come to those kinds of conclusions, that's an amazing thing for a scientist to say. Well, he's looking at this and he's saying to himself, well, this is an example of what we could be, of what we may be. And I think what he was trying to say is that this species could how do I say this? I don't want to use the word, combine with us to create another new species, and that this is, if we were allowed to evolve on our own, we would evolve into this, and this is a future example of what we could be. I think that's what he was trying to say. I don't think he was implying, right, that this was us from the future coming back to visit us and then died while we were time traveling backwards. I don't think that's what he was saying. What he was saying is that this is what we would evolve into. and that Darwin has laid out examples of millions and millions of years of evolution to get to the point of where these mummies are now. So, or were then 1,000 years ago. I think that's what he was saying. I'll leave it to others. There's a lot to digest here. I'll leave it to others to interpret and understand what he was saying. But that's the way that I heard it.
And I'm glad that you cleared that up because there's probably a lot of mixed thoughts and emotions there. Also, we have to give a big thanks to the translators. Translating is not easy when you're doing it in real time because when it comes to any language, the sentence structure is different. And you have to mentally put it back into the right puzzle pieces, make it into the proper sentence, and then provide it as fast as you can. I've attempted to do Spanish translations in the past, and it's really, really difficult. So even though people were complaining about a few of them, they were doing their absolute best.
I mean, compared to the last presentation,
That's true.
I was completely focused. Now, for those of you that jumped in halfway through, 3/4 through, this started promptly at 2. It's now 5:46. So it's 3 hours, about 3 hours and 45 minutes long. Absolutely 100% worth it. Go back, start from the beginning because they came out firing on all cylinders from the beginning. And it was back to back to back to back to back to back. So go and watch this from the beginning so you can see the data and how it was presented. It was strong. I'm brain dead. I've got Fade to Black to do in an hour. And wow. I mean, I'm very rarely I had to get up twice. 3 times. I had to get up 4 times. I had 5 times. It was 4 hours. I had a couple of deliveries that came. But and I had to visit the facilities. And then it was like a movie. I needed munchies. I was just compelled. I could not stop watching and listening. It was insane to keep my attention like that for 3 hours and 45 minutes. It was that good, Cristina. It was very compelling. Now, am I on the other side of the fence? Let me put it to you this way. If I was a debunker right now, if I was, one of those skeptics that if I was a Michael Shermer, Mick West type, I've got a lot of work to do to counteract and to argue and to debate what was just presented. That's but was it enough to push me onto the other side about these mummies? I'm pretty comfortable in saying that we've got to move forward. I'm not throwing this in the trash going, nothing to see here. We're moving on. No, I don't think that is the case. I think that they laid it out very, very effectively. And now I think it's the rest of the world's turn to grab a hold of this and we need other brains on this. We need other eyes on this. We need other thought, other theories about what is actually going on here. And this is an opportunity to do just that. And I think that's the next move.
And yet again with this presentation, because we heard it in the last one as well, there was an open invitation for scientists and researchers to conduct their own research. And that is the biggest thing. When you open that door, when you provide, in a sense, that invitation, it allows other people to make their own conclusions. But when you are judging from the sidelines without putting in the work, your opinion is not as valid as those that are getting their knees and elbows dirty and doing the hard, difficult work. This isn't easy. Doing these scans take a lot of time, take a lot of money, and it take a lot of expertise as well. And I think one thing that is probably confusing a lot of people is that we're still hearing 2 sides, and we will continue after today, after this second public hearing. Those that say It was assembled. Here is a video. Here's some paperwork on it. And then you have this new camp now that's stating, well, we've had so many scientists. We've written our own peer-reviewed papers. And here is our data, and it's public. And on top of that, you have an open invitation to look at it as well. And no matter what topic you cover in any field in life, you're going to have two camps, those that agree and those that disagree. Jimmy, we are not here to tell people to believe one side or the other, but instead to make up your own mind on what you think is actually going on. But something that we have to ask ourselves is, was this presentation, was this data compelling enough to either make us ask bigger and better questions or to drop it as a whole?
Did you just hear those voices?
No.
Did anybody in the chat room hear what I just heard? I mean, I just heard it's not coming from here. Yeah. They heard it too. That was pretty strange. You didn't hear that, Cristina? Okay, all right. I'm not gonna hear now. Here's the thing. All right. When you have somebody, I just mentioned Mick West and Michael Shermer and the likes of those. Now, the skeptic world, the world of skeptics is tiny. Okay. You know, there's millions of experiencers. There's only one Mick West, right? There's only one Michael Shermer, and they hang out with a half a dozen other skeptics, and that's it, right, in the world. That's it. But they're also very, very loud, and they like to debate and start a discussion for sport. They know probably that they're not right, but they do this for exercise. And I get that. I totally get that. And we need those kinds of voices to keep us centered. All right. You've got to stay centered. You can't jump into the deep end of the pool. And it's not like after an effective presentation that we just watched that I'm coming on with you right now going, no, man, aliens are real. That's all we needed. That was it. That was perfect. That's it. We cannot move. No, I'm not suggesting that at all. Okay. But somebody like Mick West, who I actually, I like the guy. He's a nice guy. He really is. He's a pain in the booty sometimes, but he's fun to debate with. He's absolutely fun. It exercises my brain too. But in this case, and if somebody like him or Mick himself is going to watch this and try to take notes and try to counteract some of this, that's a tough road. That's a tough road. So now we need to open it up to the academics. I did see somebody put in the chat earlier, you know, one of those Mick West types said, I didn't see any data. I was like, what did you watch? That was 3 hours and 45 minutes of x-rays, of CT scans, of analysis, of data, of lab testing. What from scientists? What do you mean you didn't see any data? I saw too much. It was overwhelming. And I am going to watch this again. I'm going to take some notes and see where we are at. Tonight on Fade to Black, Cristina, I'm doing a show about ghosts and haunted Nevada. How do I go from this presentation and spin my head around and go and jump into ghosts? But I'm somehow going to pull that off. I do want to remind everybody that two things are about to happen. One, I'm going to be in Vegas this weekend at Stairway to the Stars. Everybody knows that. And one of the scientists, one of the participants in the Navy CT scans and X-ray analysis that was done on the two mummies last month is going to be with us in Las Vegas. And I am going to see some of the physical evidence. I don't want to get into details on what that is for legal reasons. So I'm just going to stay right there for now. But I'm going to be able to see this stuff for myself. And then right after that, the next day, I fly to Peru. Okay, so I'm going to be in Peru, and I will collect all the knowledge that I can. I'm going to be shooting the entire time that I am there, and then I'll be back at the end of November with the full report for everybody. So strange timing on all of this. I'm hanging out with the right people. I'm going to the right countries, and I'm going to try to figure this out and get answers for everybody. So there you go.
And that's exactly what we want. Before we end today's show, I would like to mention that there will be a timeline index in the YouTube description of when everyone spoke, when videos were shown, and so forth. So to help you follow along with this very long presentation, about 3.5 hours, you'll be able to see who was speaking and also their credentials as well. But that is it for today. Thank you for everyone tuning in, watching it through. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, because it seems like there might be more to come. But that is it. We'll catch you guys later.